Stay tuned here. In just a minute, we are going to launch our semifinal women at the 11 o'clock wave CerusBrix Open semifinals and championships. Hey guys, and welcome to the semifinals. Right now we are getting ready and briefing the athletes, the final 4 women vying for the final 2 spots into the CerusBrix championships. Athletes are going through their briefing right now with the judge, Matt Drotar. We'll go through each athlete in just a minute here. They are set to launch in what looks like 2 to 3 minutes. So right now we are watching as they complete the athlete briefing. Today we're going to see Andy Rose, Roxanne Lear, Runa, and Caitlin Suter launch at 11 o'clock. On camera you can see Andy, who is in a deep squat position. She qualified in 8th, tied for 8th with Caitlin Suter. On the box to the left, that's Roxanne Lear. She's currently in women's 2nd overall coming out of the Open. And standing in the blue shirt is Runa Sigursteinsdottir. Could have messed that up, Runa. I apologize if so. So athletes are going through some of the very specific technical things that we're looking for out of this complex. All of the judges are briefed on what will count and what will not count. They're getting ready to go through a series of ascending weight on both a barbell complex, a sled push and pull, and ascending reps on the ropes you can see over Runa's head in the background right now. And we'll go through what each of those weights are as we start to work our way through this workout. Loaded on the bar and starting on this 35-minute workout is 65 pounds for each woman. So we're just fielding final questions, and then we will launch what is a 35-minute time cap 6-round workout. Okay, so athletes are now going to the sled, getting a briefing on what is expected of them, both a push and a pull. One of the most technical things we're looking at is they have a very small pull box. It's only 5 feet to work with. And we'll talk about the different types of technique that we're expecting to see, hopefully to preserve their grip. This is a pretty intensive grip workout. So each of these athletes has been assigned a sled and assigned a bar. That was based on their placing in the Open. So Roxanne Lear, who's closest to the camera, has the preferred lane as the 2nd overall qualifier and the highest of the qualifying women in this wave. Roxanne has the least work to do of these 4 ladies. If she can hold court, not be beat, but doesn't have to beat anyone, she is likely to advance to the championship. If not, and any of these three ladies start to beat her outright by more than a couple positions, as it stands with the other ladies who've already gone through in qualifying, then it gets interesting in a hurry, as the 4th spot for the championship is going to be very hotly contested. But it is Roxanne's to lose today. We're just wrapping up briefing here and expecting to launch these athletes here any minute. They're just going through their last questions to make sure that everything goes as expected during the workout and that no additional questions come up. Okay, so athletes have been given 60 seconds, and then we're going to go through each athlete and what we expect to see out of them, how we saw them perform in the open as they work their way through. So we're about to start what is a 35-minute workout. It is technically 6 rounds for time. 35 minutes is the time cap, and no athletes up to this point have actually completed the workout. We've had a couple of athletes, specifically women's current number 1, Celeste, who did get to the highest weight and complete some of the repetitions. But no athlete, male or female or masters, has been able to complete the full 6 rounds for time. And part of that is because of the sheer amount of time that they're going to be spending on the sled today. Okay. Athletes are clarifying their lane assignment. We have some awesome judges here who are going to follow them through every step of the way. Countdown timer is about to go. They're going to get a 10-second countdown, and they're going to start 6 reps of a complex as soon as that 10 seconds is up. The complex is a deadlift, touch the ground again, a power clean, and then a front squat. So we'll watch here as these ladies, Roxanne in the front lane, Andy Rose in the second behind her, Runa Sigerstein-Daughter in the third behind her, and behind her, Caitlin Suter. So they're going to go through that complex 6 times. They have to do all 3 movements, deadlift, power clean, and thruster, to count as 1 rep. If at any time in the middle of the movement they take their hands off the bar, or if in the middle of the thruster they stop in the front rack position, the judge will stop them and force them to restart the entire repetition beginning with the deadlift. And first off the bar is Andy Rose, second off the bar, Roxanne Lear. We still have Runa and Caitlin working on their reps. We're going to follow Andy and Roxanne. Andy and Roxanne are now starting a push-pull of 300 feet as the other two ladies complete their complex for the first time. It is a 300-foot push into pull. That is 150 feet of push and 150 feet of pull. They run back to the other end, and then they have a 5-foot box or 5-foot pull box in which to pull the rope. So a lot of pull muscles are used because after this, they're going to have to climb the rope. 1 time the first lap, 2 times the second, 3 the third, 4 the fourth, etc. Looks like we have some athletes whose ropes have tangled on their first push. Working through that. The sled has been the real killer of this workout for both men and women, taking an average of 4 minutes in the first round, and it's ascended to 5, 6, 7 plus as the weight gets heavier and the athletes become more fatigued. To total 300 feet, or 150 feet of push and 150 feet of pull, we're going to see them push and pull 3 separate times. They are 50-foot sections. As you can see right now, we're going to see a variety of techniques. One of the big things to look for is how they manage the rope. If they let the rope behind them and they walk over the rope, they're likely to lose their momentum and their pull, especially as the weight gets heavier. So how they manage that rope in the pull is really critical. As we can see, Andy and Runa up ahead, but I believe Andy's got 1 full length of push-pull. So I'd put Roxanne now at second behind Andy, who is leading the 4 women. And the judge is clarifying when they have pushed the full amount of distance, they need those poles to pass the cone. They can then walk or jog back and begin their pull. So a couple different pull techniques we're going to see today. One, you can see Runa on camera right now is doing hand over hand in combination with starting the pull with her legs. That's going to fatigue both her grip and her pull muscles, her lats specifically, and could play a part when she gets into these rope climbs. We'll see it's still very early and there's not as much weight that they're moving this early. The other technique, and we'll see, it looks like we see Caitlin Suter using it right now, is what we call lock and walk. She's doing hand over hand as well. Lock and walk would be the athlete just reaches forward, holds the rope, and does not move their hands on the rope. They just physically walk back 5 feet at a time. It's a little bit slower, but it's less taxing on their grip and their pull muscles as they go into the rope climb. And it seems that Roxanne, after that second push-pull, has taken the lead here in the women's heat. She's the one we're going to keep our eyes on. All 3 of these ladies are trying to pass her. All 3 of them need to beat her to have a chance to advance. So you can, Runa is a combination of walking and jogging back. Really a lot of time is spent here on the sled push-pull. You could say it's won or lost here, although the weight does become a factor on the complex as we get further into this workout. Athletes right now are just 4 minutes in, so they're going to show us some of the faster push-pulls that we've actually seen in the competition so far. When they get done, we're going to see, looks like Roxanne first and Andy both march over to one of those 4 ropes right in front of the camera and climb a 15-foot rope climb before going back to her barbell, loading it with another 20 pounds and starting that loop over at a heavier weight. As you see, Andy's the first off. Roxanne's a couple of feet behind. Looks like about 8 to 10 feet left for her to pull. And Roxanne and Runa and Caitlin, all 4 women, are now done getting ready for their first rope climb. Roxanne's the first one up using a J-hook technique. Look at how she rocks all the way back. Almost got it in 2 pulls. Excellent. Next up, Andy's working her way up. We see Caitlin Suter using an S-hook in the back. They just have to touch past that 15-foot line, and then they head back, grab their next 2 10-pound weights, and then load that weight on the bar. Roxanne's the first to load weight onto her bar. We're going to see her go through that same complex, but now she's going to be moving 85 pounds. She's a barbell specialist. I know she has her U.S. Olympic weightlifting certification. She is who we expect to make the biggest moves here with the weight. Let's see how she does at this heavier weight. Up with her deadlift, then her power clean, and her thruster. No problem for her. And she's straight into her next rep. Number 2. So while the other ladies here who all came off the sled at the same time are changing their weight, Roxanne is starting to build a lead here on her 3rd complex. It's up, no problem for her. So we could see her touch the heaviest weight here today. I know Roxanne had some questions going in with her back. She was battling some back issues. Doesn't seem like they're affecting her yet, but it's something we're going to keep our eye on as she works through. Behind her, Andy Rose is working through her 2nd complex. Runa Sigerstein-daughter working on her 1st complex. She's under it. And she's got the thruster. Very good. So Runa looks like she's going to be able to move through this weight. When we get to a heavier weight, it might be a little bit more challenging. And Roxanne, in blistering fast speed, 7-minute mark by my count, is already off well into her 3rd round. She's going to load another 45-pound plate and complete that process. Good, both Runa and Caitlin. Caitlin just got called for her 4th rep, so she's got 2 to go. And Andy Rose is 2nd off of her complex. We're waiting to see Caitlin get through her 5th set. And Caitlin is done with number 6. So a couple lead changes here early. Right now the biggest difference, Roxanne has built a 50-foot lead and is already in her pull, as we see Andy beginning her push in round 2. Now, none of these ladies were able to see what their competitors have done so far. The scores have been kept private, but I can tell you that the highest score to beat was Celeste, who got to the 5th round weight and completed it the furthest. And I'm going to pull up the other scores here, and we're going to go through the math a little bit of what needs to happen in order for these other ladies to qualify or pass. Roxanne, against Roxanne. Okay. So Roxanne starting her 2nd push. And you're going to see this is really the killer. We talked about it earlier. Now that they're into these heavier weights, they just did a heavier complex, they're on a heavier push-pull, 300 feet, and then 2 rope pulls ahead of them this round. This is where we expect to start seeing some separation. Roxanne's marching back for her, what will be her 2nd pull. So she'll have 1 push-pull left after this. So, diving into the women's scores, let's take a look at how the other ladies in earlier rounds did. The top qualifier, Celeste, completed 4 rounds and then 3 additional reps at the heavier weight. And then all 3 of our other ladies so far have actually completed exactly 3 rounds and no reps at the heavier weight. So it'll be interesting to see. Really, all they need is 1 rep at that heavier weight, which works out to 125 pounds, in order to pass all 3 women at once. All right, so Roxanne is completing her final push. As we see Runa taking a brief break in the middle of the turf. She's got about 20 feet of push left until she starts her pull. On the sled, we have 245 pounds total that the women are both pushing and pulling. That weight is going to continue to jump 45 pounds at a time. And it's really going to become a significant factor as we work through on these heavier weights. Roxanne taking a bit before she starts her final pull. Closest to the camera here, we have Caitlin Suter working through her second pull. Just ahead of her, Andy Rose working through her second pull. And Runa is about 25 to 30 feet behind that. So we'll take a look at the gap as we work them through the 2 sets of rope climbs. You can see Runa is completing her third push. Roxanne just completed her third pull, and she's going to go through 2 rope climbs now. Look at that technique as she rocks back. Nice, excellent 2 pulls for her. Watch how high she jumps with her feet to her hands by rocking her body back. Locks out her feet, and then gets, look at this technique here. Up. Now watch her feet. Look how close they're going to go to her hands. Look at that. By doing that, she's minimizing the amount of work she has to do. Just a tad slower, but way less taxing. And she is done with her 2 rope climbs. Next up, she's adding another 20 pounds, and she'll be working with a 105-pound barbell this lap. We'll see who's second off. I believe it's going to be both Andy and Caitlin coming off at the same time, going into their 2 rope climbs. And given that we see very different technique on the pull, it'll be interesting to see how that affects their rope climb. Okay, and Andy is done, as is Caitlin, so we are waiting for both of them to work on their rope climbs. Andy chalking up. Caitlin as well, checking her hands. She's going to go, looks like, on this far rope here. Okay, neither of them has started their second climb, as Roxanne is actually off camera about to address her 105-pound bar. And her bar is up. And no problem for her at 105 pounds. Excellent work. So Roxanne is not going to have a problem with this barbell as we expected. She is going to be one of the ones to beat on this workout. This kind of strength-focused semifinal workout. And behind her, Andy completing her first climb. Caitlin about to complete hers using the S-hook technique. Head judge just called 15 minutes. They have 20 minutes still to work. Long ways to go. Runa's on her way up. So Roxanne is holding court here, working through, I think that was her 4th rep. Check her judge. Good depth and good push. So next off the rope is Caitlin Suter. She's headed up to a heavier barbell. We'll see how that impacts her. Next off her barbell is Andy Rose. She's going to be loading up 20 more pounds. Right, yeah. Clarifying with the judge that we do not use belts in CerusBrix. And Runa just completed her second climb. She's going to move on to the... Huh? Had a question from the judge there. And Roxanne is starting her push in her third round. Push is good. She's going to walk her way back. Here goes Andy. Yes, no problem with the weight for Andy. Awesome. And Caitlin behind her at the back of the camera there. Also, no problem at 105 pounds. So, this is a big dividing line this lap. As I said earlier, we had all of our ladies, except for Celeste, get through the full 3 rounds, and we're working on round 3. But none of them, other than Celeste, was able to get that 125-pound complex completed. Part of that was time, and part of that was just the weight was too heavy. See Andy moving her weight up. See how she does on this set. Got it. She's got it. Okay. Waiting to see Runa go through her first attempt at 105. Meanwhile, we've got Roxanne completing her first pull, so she'll have 2 more to go. Her lead has definitely grown. Behind her, in a clear second place, Andy. Andy could definitely cause some problems for people as she works towards a heavier weight. Really a lot to be seen as we get to the end of this lap. So pay close attention after we get through the 3 rope climbs on this lap. What happens? And Runa has called it. She says she's done. Okay. So at 105, Runa has given the signal that she doesn't think she can continue at this weight. Actually talking to her husband Dave here on camera, you can see in the background. So she's pacing back and forth in front of the weight as we're about to see Andy put up her final rep. Yes, she's got it. And Andy will advance to that heavier sled. Well done for her. Behind on camera, see Caitlin completed her catch, and she got that weight up. Okay. Roxanne is completing her second pull. So she's 150 feet into that 300 feet. And we're about to see Andy grow her lead in second place of this wave. Now, we know what she needs to do. She doesn't know what she needs to do, which is she needs to get not only ahead of Roxanne, but the other ladies who went before her and completed the full 3 rounds. Just even 1 rep at the 125-pound weight is a huge difference here that could impact the whole field. As we watch Andy is pushing her first 50-foot push section. So currently on the sled for these ladies, 290 pounds. When they come back, they'll address a 125-pound barbell. Runa's going for this weight. She is not happy. Not happy with the result. She does still have some time. We've got 14 minutes left. Up, Caitlin. Checking. Is that 6? Is that her 6th, right? Yeah, okay. So Caitlin just completed her 6th rep. She's going to advance to that 290-pound sled as Roxanne is completing her 3rd push. She's going to have plenty of time to work through that next lap. There's a serious question to be asked if she should go past even just 1 rep at 125. She doesn't need to. The points reset. The positioning and the bragging rights and the number that they qualified on their jersey will show. But she does not need to do more than qualify for the championship because points reset on championship day. Okay, so we have got just over 12 minutes left to see how far they get. It does look like all of our athletes will get time capped. Not a surprise there. You really have to move the sled at 3 minutes or 100 feet per minute in order to have a chance at completing this workout. These athletes are averaging in the 4 range, 4-ish for Roxanne, and the other athletes at about 4.5 minutes. But Roxanne is completing her 3rd pull. We'll see her then do 3 rope climbs and load her barbell with new weight. The athletes have to load the weight themselves. She'll have a chance to do 125, which is really 1 rep would be a big dividing line. As in the background, Runa was addressing the 105-pound barbell. She has not given up on that weight yet. I think the goal is just to get the 1. Roxanne, you can see at the far end of the camera, looks like she just completed her 3rd pull. Breathing pretty good, but I haven't seen the back become a factor today. Roxanne's now going to complete 3 rope climbs. She's got a pretty comfortable lead, about 175 feet. Next up behind her is Andy Rose, who's completing her 2nd pull. Now they're pulling 290 pounds on that rope, and they've already done quite a bit of grip work. Roxanne locks it out and does it again in 2 pulls. Very well done by her. Wiping off the sweat before she does the next rep. Hands pretty heavily chalked. Here she goes again. This will be 2 out of 3. Good. Seems like she's moving, really banking on her legs there, trying not to use too much in the way of hands. She does it again in clean 2 pulls. Taking her time. 10-minute mark was just announced. 10 minutes. Here she goes, 3rd time through. And she's got it, touches at the tape. The 15-foot mark. Andy Rose is completing her 3rd push and will begin her 3rd pull. Just off camera here, you can see her walking back. And Caitlin Suter on the forefront of the camera is completing her 2nd pull. Now, grip fatigue and pull fatigue is a real thing at this point. They've been here 25 minutes. And what they did early on is definitely starting to be a factor now. how tired they are on these heaviest of pulls. It's kind of a ripple effect. Decisions you make early will impact you late. So judge actually just submitted Runa's score. She is officially stopping at the 2 full rounds mark. Going to be tough for her to advance with 2 rounds as the other athletes continue on at that 105-pound barbell. But Runa's had an awesome open. She actually went from just outside of qualifying to 7th place on the final day on the endurance workout to get in here and jump several ladies with a really gritty effort on her second endurance test. Roxanne getting ready for her first set at 125. She's under the catch. And the weight's up overhead. There she goes. So with that rep alone, she just passed all the women except for Celeste on this workout. Now, in order for her to get to Celeste, she's got to do this 6 times, the push-pull at 330 pounds, and another rep at the heaviest weight. Here she goes with her second attempt. Under it. And the thruster's up. She's got it. Very good. So Roxanne really showing her strengths today. One of them being strength and work with the barbell. Could be the only other athlete in this wave that the 125-pound barbell doesn't stop. We will see. Now, of course, if Caitlin or Andy can't even get a single repetition at that 125-pound barbell, it has a huge effect on the rest of the field. Because like I said, all the other ladies, except for Celeste, were tied, meaning they get the identical score, having completed 3 full rounds but no repetitions at the 125-pound barbell. And really, realistically, they have a lot of time. About 7 minutes to play with here to get that 1 rep under their belt. They don't know that. They just know that several women have gone before them and that various have failed at various points, but they don't know the actual scores as we've kept them private up till now. So we'll see as Andy comes back down from her rope climb. Behind her, Roxanne is through 3 or 4. She's through 4 of her 6 complexes. And on camera, Caitlin has just completed her final pull. So assuming she can move through her rope in the next 5 minutes, she's going to have a chance at that 125-pound barbell. Really, that's all they need to do is get there and have a chance at the 125. If they'll be able to put it up, I'm not sure. It does look like that weight, that jump from 105 to 125 is really significant in the ability to complete the power clean, but also just to get out of the hole on the thruster is very, very difficult at that weight. Let's see Roxanne do it. I think this is her 6th and final time. She's got it. Yep. Okay, so she's done with that weight. She's going to move on, load up to a 330-pound push-pull. As both Andy and Caitlin tap in. Caitlin completing her first. Andy just completed her 3rd, so she's going to have a chance. She's got 5 minutes to get 1 rep at that weight and jump all the ladies except for 2 by doing that. Would really love to see that weight go up. She's got plenty of time. On camera, you can see Roxanne is completing her first 330-pound push. And while that sounds daunting, a 330-pound pull is even more significant, especially with only 5 feet to work with. Just off camera, now on camera, Caitlin has just completed her 2nd climb. She is on pace to have a chance at that 125-pound barbell. And then our other athlete, Runa Sigerstein-daughter, is going to be getting ready for her next workout. Caitlin heading up for her third and final rope climb of this lap. Roxanne completing her first pull. And just off camera, Andy is going to be attempting her 125. She's chalking up right now. We're gonna see her go through a 125-pound complex. Hopefully. Here we go. So Caitlin and Andy both gonna have a shot at that 125. 3 ladies have got there, and none of them have been able to put up the 125, except for Celeste, being the 4th lady who was able to complete that and the next weight. Here we go. Andy loading up on the barbell. First comes the deadlift. Up. Power clean. Can she get under it? Yes, she's under it. Now the hard part, the thruster. She's down, and she's got it! So with that 1 rep, she just passed all but 2 of the ladies in the entire semifinal for this workout. She qualified in 8th. She's going to need to jump somebody else, especially considering Roxanne is ahead of her. But Caitlin has the same opportunity here to also jump those 3 ladies who were all sitting in qualifying spots. Megan Thomas, Jess Kidd, and Stephanie Dunham, all with that 3. And Andy puts up her... Nope, she does not get the 2nd rep. But she's got the 1. And she's got 2 minutes to work with. Off camera, in the background, you can see Caitlin is loading up. She will have a chance at that 125-pound barbell. Would really love to see that heavier weight get moved, but anytime you're putting weight overhead, and especially in a thruster type motion, it is tough. 1.5 minutes for the athletes left right now. Andy is going to take another crack at this. Here she goes, up, under it. Here's the tough part. Yes, she's got it. So 2 repetitions for her at that heavier weight. She's got a minute. Roxanne is going to complete her 2nd push. The 1 minute mark has been called. 1 minute for athletes. Andy looks like she's going to get another attempt. Andy gets her 3rd at the heavier weight. Excellent. And Caitlin is preparing her first attempt. Could be her only attempt. She's got 15 seconds to start. Roxanne is done. Caitlin is not going to get that rep up. She does have a chance to try it again. Andy, no. And time is called. The 10-minute rest timer is up. We're going to let judges tabulate scores. And the athletes here are going to have 10 minutes until we see them again. Stay tuned for the 2nd part of their semifinal qualifier. And we will see them. See our Judge Adam on camera there with his fake Cirrus tat on his arm. We will see them go through and swing on some obstacles here, which is going to be pretty exciting to see. Stay tuned. 8 minutes from now, the athletes will be going through. Hey guys, right now we are in that intermission time, 4 minutes until they're going to start their second half of this workout. You can see athletes swinging around, or actually judges are swinging around. Athletes are getting ready to do their second workout, which is an agility-focused workout, and we will talk about it as they launch. We are now at the 2.5 minute mark until athletes will launch for their second part of this workout, an agility-focused workout in part B of the semifinal. Athletes are completing their briefing. They launch in a minute. And off camera here, we are actually tabulating their scores. We'll be able to tell you how ladies sit after all of our semifinal ladies have completed workout A, what the standings look like, and what needs to be done in this final workout for them to move on. Athletes have been given the warning. Their 10-second countdown is about to begin. And we're going to see them. Thank you, Carissa. 3, 2, 1. Here they go. So first we're going to see 10 bar-facing burpees. Then we're going to see them pick up the barbell and give us 10 hang cleans. Barbell weight, 75 pounds. After they complete 10 of each of those two movements, we're going to see the fun stuff. We're going to see some people swinging from up to 12 feet high across a 36-foot rig. We've rated the rig at about a 4 out of 10 difficulty. And it's been really a challenge for people from a grip standpoint, because remember that they've already got 35 minutes of pulling, of rope climbs, and the hang cleans are a major factor on your grip. Holding a barbell for 10 reps is a big deal. We'll see how fast they cycle through these reps, but the real thing to look for is, do they break them up, or do they hold on to them and then take their time before starting the rig? Hey Caitlin, Krista, this isn't urgent, but I have a signed score sheet with no score.
That's what he gave me.
Lyle. Okay, well, I still need that.
Woo!
Okay, first up to the bar will be Roxanne. Lexi,
What?
we want you on camera.
Oh.
Get this on camera. Here.
Go, Roxanne.
Roxanne, Runa, and Andy all lining up to complete. This is the tough part. It is first come, first serve. So Roxanne's going to go through lane A, and we're going to watch and see how her first attempt goes. Hands are pretty well taped up and chalked up as she launches. Here we go. She is using a hand match technique. It looks like she's lost her swing a little bit. If Roxanne falls here, she's got a half-mile run ahead of her. Oh, she saves it. Lost a little bit of low body momentum. And now she's got a bit of a free. Can't use the bar. And she's moving on. So Roxanne is up, and we have 3 ladies here waiting to launch. Just off camera, Runa elected to take the penalty and is actually out on a half-mile jog right now. Hopefully she enjoys the scenery. Roxanne. Yep. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Roxanne made contact. And she is through. She will now go up for a rope climb. Next up, Andy Rose, who's going to begin her swing. Here she goes, right on those parallel bars. Hand over hand technique. Plenty of chalk grip, and here comes the tough part, the descent. She's going hand match. Now, the tough part, got to ring the bell, either a kick or a hand touch. And then, she gets the kick. Very good. So Andy will advance penalty free. Caitlin on her way up, more of an obstacle specialist than a lot of these athletes, is up next. And she missed it, so judges telling her she did not get the bell, so after all of that time, unfortunately, she's going to have to run a half mile. Okay, so while we were tabulating scores, let me give you an update on what happened. Andy and Roxanne both more weight specialists were both able to make it through the rig. Runa elected for the half-mile run, and based on that strategy, she is currently ahead of Caitlin, who got all the way through the rig but unfortunately missed the bell before dismounting. So Runa makes a tactical decision, and it's paid off so far. We'll see if she can also keep with this. That strategy becomes really interesting, and the big factor is how long do they spend figuring out whether or not they want to attempt the rig. Runa made a decision early on. She's not going to go for it. She's going to take the failure and the half-mile penalty, which is about 4 to 5 minutes to run. But in the case of somebody like Caitlin, she took about a minute before launching, about a minute up in the air, and now she's got that extra run ahead of her. So if you're not confident you can complete the rig, there's the question of, should you even attempt it, given the amount of time that it's going to take up versus a half-mile run? So right now they're on a 1 mile echo bike. Looking at their bikes, I'd put them between a 55 and a 60 cadence. Heads down, working hard, quite a bit of sweat. It's not too hot outside yet. We're at about 82 degrees. What up, Big Hoff? And Roxanne is done with her mile. Okay, Roxanne is now working through her 10 burpees over bar in lap 2. Roxanne was able to complete 3 rounds plus 9 repetitions in the first workout, putting her at second in semifinal A. In semifinal B, in order for her to top the women, we'll go through what she needs to do. The highest score currently for the ladies in this workout is a tie between Celeste and Jessica Kidd, who both completed all of 4 rounds, the rig and the cargo net after. So they completed this rig 5 times total. Roxanne doesn't have to beat them. These other ladies do need to beat those scores in order to gain ground and get into that top 4 who are headed to the championship. Andy about to start her burpees over bar. And she's up with those hang cleans. Andy completing her 10 burpees over bar. Roxanne advancing to her second attempt on the rig, as Runa has now also completed her first lap, getting some water before she's going to do her burpees over bar and hang cleans. Yeah. Yeah. That's up. So Roxanne is going to take her time here before attempting her second rig. Meanwhile, we've got Caitlin, who just came in off camera and has completed her penalty lap. She's now unfortunately got to climb a cargo net and then bike a mile before starting her second round. We'll see what strategy she goes with in the future rounds here, and I also see her checking her hand. I'm not sure if grip's a function. Roxanne about to attempt her second time through. And she's up. Okay, hand match technique using brute strength on her way up, keeping those bent arms really safe way, but also a taxing way. Now we'll see a little bit more flowy swings out of her as she inches across the bar. So while Jess Kidd and Celeste bottomly were able to get a tie for that first workout, third place currently on this workout, Megan Thomas, who completed 3 rounds and was working on her 4th round 8 reps in. So that's going to become more of a factor here as we start to see the later parts of this, how this develops. Realistically, for our other ladies, they need to meet or beat the 4 rounds and change in order to ascend enough to move out of the 7-8 position and into the top 4 position. The burden of work is definitely on them, not on Roxanne, who is still leading, and that also is a factor. And Runa takes the fail. Runa will go for another half-mile jog in the park in 82-degree weather. And Andy is going to take her time, blowing on her hands, looking like she's going to make her second attempt on this rig. So let's watch the clock here. 18 minutes and 15 seconds left on the workout. She's been here for about 30 seconds. The total time spent versus running the half mile is the real question. Off camera, Roxanne, completing her second lap, is on her 1 mile air bike. Alongside her, Caitlin Suter is completing her first lap, 1 mile air bike. Getting ready to launch. And she's up. She's got it. And showing no difficulty for her. Very, very good, very calm, patient work through this rig. Excellent. That is so awesome to see. Remember how much work they've done. Cycling a barbell, a 35-minute workout before this. The burpees over bar, and the 1 mile at a time. Let's hope she gets this here. Gets it with a kick. Excellent work. Okay. And a bit of confusion. She's got to get her cargo net climb in before she gets on that bike again. Caitlin completing her first mile. Looks to have dropped in the 40 cadence zone. Fatigue is going to become a big factor here. Not just the agility, but also over an hour of exercise at a high rate with only 10 minutes of break in the middle. And I am tabulating one of our last scores here off camera. Caitlin moves into a 4-way tie in that first workout. Let's see what that does points-wise for us. So, through half of the day, Celeste remains in first. Jessica Kidd currently remains in second. That could change here when Roxanne logs her score, because she did pass her for that workout. Sitting in third is Roxanne with her first score posted, not even including her second score, and sitting in fourth is Megan Thomas. Next up behind them is Stephanie Dunham, sitting in fifth. And in sixth, Andy Rose. So, of all the athletes who has a chance to knock off Megan Thomas and work their way into that championship group of 4, Andy is the one that we need to keep our eyes on. Roxanne has pretty much done all she needs to do to advance. See her working through her third lap now. Andy will be on her third lap, but she is perfect on the rig so far. And Roxanne is done with her 10 burpees over bar. Just on camera, you can see Runa is sticking with her strategy. She's on her second lap. Both laps she chose to take the fail quickly and run immediately. Caitlin is now done with her first lap, and we're going to see what she does here in this third lap. In the second lap for her, apologies. Does she try to make up ground on the rig and go for it, or is she going to go for the safe route and run? If I were her, I'd probably go for it on the rig and quickly. If she's going to fail quickly so that she can get out on the run without spending too much time. But that is a double-edged sword, because going quickly can also mean you fail quickly. Her decision. I wonder what's going through her mind right now. And Roxanne is approaching the rig here for her. Is this not mine? How'd it get over there? We're watching Caitlin get her 10 hang cleans in while Roxanne gets ready to launch. She's getting ready to launch, and she's up. Okay, her third time through. Remember, the top scores to beat here are 5 times through the rig. She has about 12.5 minutes to get those extra laps, assuming she completes this successfully. Grip fatigue is a big deal here. And on her way down, the most treacherous part, going with the hand match. Now the danger of the hand match on the way down, if she loses her swing and starts going side to side, she might get in a position like we saw Megan Thomas she got it. If you lose your forward momentum and you start getting into a side swing, they're not allowed to use the structure to correct their swing. And we've seen, unfortunately, a lot of heartbreaking misses and also really exciting finishes on that final bell, which is 4 feet away from the final ring. On camera, you can see Andy is working on her third lap of burpees over bar. She's the one to watch now. She was in 8th place coming into the day. She's already jumped to 6th, and that's not including what she's going to do here. So let's dive in and look at Andy's scores here to see exactly what she has to do. It looks like she'll need a little help. But in order for her to pass current women's 4th place, and only 4 women are headed to the championship based on the number that enrolled. It's a percentage of the field. She needs to complete this entire lap that she's on. So she has 10 minutes and 8 repetitions or 9 repetitions in the 4th round in order to pass Megan Thomas. And here goes Caitlin Suter. She's up. Nice hand matching technique. Looking strong. Awesome hand over hand work here. Looks calm and patient. You can imagine, even though they look calm and patient up there, it's anything but. You're feeling your grip start to fatigue. You're trying to hold on and keep your mind calm because you know you've got one attempt at this where you're going to run. And last time she had to go to the run right at this part. Let's hope she makes this part. Losing her swing a little bit. Can she kick it? Okay. She's got a big swing going. She got it. Yes, she got it. Excellent. So, strategy-wise, she goes with the option to not even worry about the fail. She took her time, and it paid off. That was a good gamble on herself, on her grip strength, and very exciting to watch. We're about to see Andy, our women's dark horse here, who's already passed a couple athletes today, take a third try at this rig. Caitlin is up and on her way down. She's completing her second lap. She's still got a mile to go. That mile is pretty meaningful for her to jump a couple of the athletes ahead of her. She really needs to complete that mile and a full lap and then a little bit more. Just off camera, we're watching Runa about to launch her third lap. Hang cleans. She's completed her burpees over bar. And Runa's up with 2 reps. 3, 4, 5, 6. She's going to go unbroken for this. Andy getting set to launch here. She is up. This is her third time. Remember, she needs to do this, complete the whole round. Uh-oh. She saves it with brute strength. That was awesome. Excellent. And she's hand over hand here. Hopefully that didn't cost her too much. Looks very patient. Really trusting her grip. Takes a lot of trust in your hands to go with that long swooping motion like she is with her hands. Here comes the tough part, the descent. And this is where you need to watch. If something happens to her swing, this is where it gets out of hand. This is where athletes are losing it. She's backwards, still is able to, oh my gosh, very well done. So she lost her swing, went backwards, and then off the corner of her eye was able to find and locate that final ring, and then while still spinning, kick the bell. That was awesome. Okay. So we're watching on camera right now Roxanne working on her 4th round. With that, she moves into the top 3 scores. She's going to get a chance at a 4th rig here. And she does actually have a chance at the top overall score for this. The top score is a 2-way tie between Jessica Kidd and Celeste Bottomley at 4 full rounds, and then 22 additional repetitions. The way that works out is 4 full rounds, they completed the burpees over bar, they completed the hang cleans, the rig, and they completed the cargo net. There are 6 minutes left. Currently on the bike, we have Caitlin Suter completing her round, Andy Rose a full round ahead of her, completing her round, and out the door, Runa Sigerstein-daughter working on her penalty run, her 3rd, which puts her just behind Caitlin, who gambled on herself and completed that rig the 2nd time around. Roxanne getting ready to attempt her 4th rig here, and she's up. She's got it on the climb. Awesome. On her right hand, I just saw some tape fly off. Yep, more of that tape is currently unraveling on the bar. Uh-oh. The tape is almost off on her entire right hand. Okay, she's keeping her swing. And on the descent, you can see the tape if you look closely on her right hand is... Oh, she lost it. Darn it. And so she shakes the rest of the tape off her right hand, and she's got a half-mile jog. She's off. Caitlin beginning her 3rd round on camera here. Andy will be completing her 3rd round shortly, about to start. the next round after that. Now Andy needs a little bit of help. She needs Caitlin or Runa to give her a little bit of help between herself and Megan Thomas in order to pass and knock them down enough that she can be within range. She currently sits in 6th place, but has a chance to beat Stephanie Dunham and Megan Thomas on these scores. It's going to be close. Megan Thomas's score, who currently sits in 4th, 3 full rounds, 8 additional repetitions. So it looks like she'll pretty safely get that. As long as she's got 4 minutes here, so as long as she completes 8 burpees, her 9th burpee will pass Megan. But from a points perspective, 1,250, she needs, looks like 2 to 3 people between herself and Megan in order to knock Megan down enough that she can make up all the points she needs to. Part of the benefit of how you qualify in the Open. Here she goes. 1. 2. So, pretty safely in this next 3 minutes, she's going to complete. Now, in order for her to knock down Megan further, she has to get to at least the 4th round. I don't know that she has enough time. 3 minutes in order to complete the rig, the rope, and the bike is a really tall order. She also has 10 hang cleans after these that we're watching on camera. And it's all about rank. So right now, counting Roxanne, who's running outside, she has the 4th best score on this workout. Really awesome performance by her today. And there's no way that she can know how much work she has to do. She's doing awesome. And I think she knows, relative to the other ladies in her heat, how she's doing. But since we haven't released any of the scores, there's no way she can know exactly what she needs to do. And that was deliberate. We didn't want anybody to have an advantage for completing later. Wow, she knocked out those 10 reps. Oh, she has a few left. She's going to get another crack at that rig, which could be significant. Also look to see if Caitlin here can complete this rig and the cargo net after it. She's in her 3rd round. And Runa on the bike completing her 3rd round. All right, so we're about to see both of them, who are chalking up right now, attempt. They have 1 minute left to launch on this. Doing great. Fanning off the hands, trying to keep the sweat off the hands. Outside, we have Roxanne, who's completing her half-mile penalty. You can see her husband cheering her on outside from my position. Attempt just has to be live. So I think what we're going to see, both of them are going to launch right before the timer, and we're going to see them attempt, see if they can get that extra repetition under their belt. And Roxanne comes in and is quickly getting up that cargo net. She's going to get that final extra repetition. We'll see how that places her. 15 seconds. They have 15 seconds to launch. Five, four, three. Caitlin is away. Andy is away. Here we go. They're both live for the attempt. Uh-oh. Got it. She's got it. Andy advances up. Caitlin also up. Oh, man. If they fall, they're just done. Caitlin is done with that. Awesome performance by her today. Oh, she's still up. Let's see if she's going to go backwards again. Can she save it? Everybody's cheering her on. She gets that last ring. Is she going to get the last rep? This could be meaningful. She's backwards in a free swing. Oh, her grip has got to be just... Oh, she got it! Well done. So that will do it for our women in the semifinal. During the next wave, which consists of some of our men's masters, and also Joshua Hoffmaster and Jesse Gordon, we'll get a chance to see which is our final 4 women come into the championship. So stay tuned for that. And then next up, we're going to see Jesse Gordon, Jeff Gilbert, Chad DeFalco, and Joshua Hoffmaster, a combination of both our men's masters and men's open, go through these same 2 workouts. It's going to be exciting to watch.
Are you done?
So just off camera here, we have judges going through so that we can announce which women are going to the final.
You know, call it no rep. Ooh, that was a good. Don't feel bad.
That was a great one. And then we've got next up on the screen Jesse Gordon, Jeff Gilbert, Chad DeFalco, and also Josh Hoffmaster, who's a late last-second addition, moved from the first weekend into this weekend due to a finger injury, which we'll talk about more here soon. So stay tuned. We're going to be launching those men's masters and men's open waves shortly. Briefing is beginning. You're going to have Dave Warfel taking over while we complete some of the scoring so that we can tell these women who is advancing to the final and who is not. Definitely, aside from high fives, a lot of nervous looks. Did I do enough? Was that enough to move on? And we're going to see men's number 2, Josh Hoffmaster, who's been battling a finger injury. Men's number 16, Jesse Gordon. She's got a lot of work to do in order to move up. He needs to be in the top 4 for both workouts. And then Jeff Gilbert and Chad DeFalco facing off for men's masters. We also saw last weekend Ted Downey, who completed his men's masters and currently sits in number 1. So it's going to be an exciting wave, and we'll have to make a clear distinction here that not all 4 of these men are in the same division, masters and open. And that's partly what's going on right now, is making sure all the weights are correct for both the divisions. we're going to be launching our men's masters here, and Dave Warfel will be taking over 5 minutes from now on the mic. So, completing the briefing here, judges and athletes going through, getting ready. They will launch here any minute for the second heat of today. We're going to see Jesse Gordon, men's number 16. Josh Hoffmaster, men's number 2, dealing with a finger injury. Chad DeFalco, men's number 4 for Masters. And Jeff Gilbert, men's number 2 for Masters in this wave. We'll talk through their workouts, what they need to do to advance. Both Jeff and Chad simply need to complete their workouts at any level in order to advance. Josh needs to hold court here. Doesn't need to put up a great performance. It needs to put up something good enough to keep him ahead of some of the top scorers. But he doesn't have a huge burden of work in order to advance. And then Jesse Gordon here in the dark horse position at the 16 overall seed needs to get top 3 or top 4 in both workouts, including the men's wave after this, in order to advance. So we'll see them battle that weight, see if we see some new highs here on the scores. Right now they're clarifying depth of squat, what a thruster is, and how the complex will work. Once their briefing is finished, we will see them launch. And a bit of a follow-up from the last wave we just saw with the ladies. Andy Rose, final official score, 3 rounds and 21 repetitions, including that very dramatic finish on the rig. 1 repetition ahead of her, Roxanne completed the rig and her penalty lap, or her penalty lap in place of her final rig, but did get that final cargo net in place to get 1 rep ahead of her, moving her on to the championship. Runa completed her 3 rounds, meaning she completed that last biking section. And Caitlin comes in with a score of 2 rounds and 20 reps. for Caitlin and Runa, that'll be the end of their Brix Championship bid. Wasn't enough to advance. And for Andy, we will actually have to go back to the score sheet to see if that was enough for her to advance, but she was coming in 8th, so has to make up quite a number of points in order to pass current women's number 4, Megan Thomas. So athlete briefing is wrapping up. They're clarifying the lengths and the distances of the push and the pull. And while they do, we're about to see them launch a 35-minute workout, one that no athlete has competed in the time allowed, 35 minutes, so we expect to see a rounds plus rep type score. But we will get a really good chance to see how Josh Hoffmaster, winner of CerusBrix Solos earlier this year and currently 2nd in qualifying to this point, does with that injured finger. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. Jesse Gordon here, his first time going through any CerusBrix season. The 16 seed Dark Horse trying to make his bid, and then on camera in the red shorts, Chad DeFalco, and with the left leg sleeve there in the green shirt, Jeff Gilbert. We're going to see all 4 of these men launch here. We're going to see different weights for Jeff and Chad than we do for Jesse and Josh, as they are in 2 different divisions, Men's Open and Men's Masters. This is the first year we've actually had any Masters categories. And so these men have a chance to be the first CerusBrix Open Men's Masters champion. We'll also have a Women's Masters category. We'll see Hiromi and Laura Goodwin later today at the 330 wave. And after this, we'll see what many have been excited to see and talking about: Taylor Overmiller, men's number 1, Matt Drotar, men's number 3, Nestor Bravo, men's number 6, and Lyle, men's number 8, all launch. So, we are still early in the day here, excited to see how these men do. Jeff and Chad just need to complete their workouts, and they're going to be advancing to the championship. Josh, our youngest man in the semifinal, we're going to be watching his finger to see how he does. Burden of work is not on him, but it'll be interesting to see how he does relative to 2 of our men in particular, Casey McAllister and Dave Warfel, who went last weekend. Dave, who's going to be on the mic after me. And then Jesse, who is a little bit more of a weight specialist. This is going to be his chance to make a move here. Jesse in the camo colored shorts here, at the black shirt, getting ready to address his barbell. Okay, countdown's about to begin. Last athletes are chalking up. We're about to see workout A start in 8 seconds. And we are live. No problem for Chad or Jeff on this complex. Also for Josh, looks like no difficulty there with the finger. And Jesse, no problem there. So, no difficulty for these guys on the lightest weight, no surprise either. And correction on one of the athletes, Taylor Overmiller, Matt Drotar in the 3 seed, launching at 2 o'clock, was in a 3-way tie for third with Dave Warfel and Casey McAllister going into this weekend. And Jeff and Josh both first off. Remember, 2 different categories. So we're going to be looking to see how Jeff does relative to Chad and how Josh does relative to Jesse. They've got 3 pushes and pulls. Both Josh and Jesse. Wow, Josh, Jesse, Jeff. Lots of J's. And Chad DeFalco. Josh and Jesse are moving a 290-pound sled. Chad and Jeff are moving a 200-pound sled. That weight's going to increase 45 pounds every lap. They've got 3 pushes and 3 pulls each, 50 feet each time. What's up, Maya and Haley? And watching Josh complete his second pull. Jesse just completed his first pull. Also be thinking about the total amount of fatigue here. These athletes are going way fast compared to other waves we've seen. We'll see if that comes back to get them a little bit later. From an engine perspective, something Josh can probably handle. Jesse, hopefully, is well paced for this. I'm not sure what his pacing strategy was going into this. Jeff advancing here for his second push. And Chad completing his second pull. Jeff is completing his third push. So this will be his final pull, and then Chad is just behind him. First time any of these athletes have had a chance to go shoulder to shoulder against each other. It's definitely a different feel. When they qualify, they do it alone, one-on-one with a judge. So it's definitely a different feel. And I know the competitive juices are flowing even more when you're shoulder to shoulder with somebody. As Josh completes his third pull, he's going to advance onto 1 rope climb. Shouldn't be a problem for him. Keep an eye on Josh's right hand. He had a finger injury which broke his nail and had fluid buildup over that, under that fingernail. And we're watching his grip. Does not seem to be an issue for him so far. Very quick descent. And checking his hand as he walks away. Jeff and Chad both ascending. Very, very close, these two. It'll be fun to watch them compete. I know there's been some competitive back and forth between the two of them in the open. I expect to see some very close scores. But that's why we go through this. We're going to have to see how they do. Just on the corner of the camera, Jesse is completing his third pull. About a 30 to 45 second gap between himself and the men's masters. About a minute and a half already in the first 4.5 minutes between him and Josh. But to be clear, we're still at just over 4.5 minutes. The average sled speed has been 4 minutes for the sled alone, so these guys are hauling. About to watch Jesse go through his first rope climb, which I know is something possibly new for him. We'll see how he does on his way up. Watching Jeff and Chad. These two are definitely competing with each other. Here goes Jesse, working his way up. He's going to get it. Nice, Jesse. He touches. Judge indicates it's okay. Jeff takes a lead here on Chad. Moving quickly. Chad is. Judge indicated Chad has completed his 5th rep. So Jeff is actually building here on an early lead, just off camera. There he is on camera. Jeff's completing his first 50-foot push, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but Josh Hoffmaster now moving a 330-pound sled without much difficulty here. He's got a chance at winning the overall championship. It'll be fun to watch when he goes shoulder to shoulder with some of the guys closer to him in ranking. Josh completing his first push. About to see Chad complete his first push while Jeff works through his first pull. So about right now, 50 feet between those two athletes. Just off camera, we have Jesse working through his second set of weight. And again, these guys are hauling. From a pace perspective wise, we're only 6.5 minutes in. So we're seeing a speed that we haven't seen to date. I think competitive juices, nerves. And we're going to watch as Josh completes his second push now. So I think we're starting to see on this second set of sled work here a little bit of that fatigue from that fast start set in. That can quickly spiral out of control, and again, how these guys manage their grip this entire workout. Grip management, rope management, how they handle those small things are going to compound in effect as we get through this. Chad completing his second push. Chad has lost about 20 additional feet on Jeff, so Jeff is actually furthering his lead on Chad. He's starting his third push. Chad just completed his second push. So a gap growing between those two athletes. Both of them are going to move through to the Masters Championship, but really their first time to see each other and compete against each other. So I know that there's some jockeying here for the overall position and then that leader jersey going into the championship. Jesse completed with his second complex. He completed that at 115 pounds. Is now pushing his 330-pound sled. Taking a break here, catching his breath, and walking back. Meanwhile, Josh is about to start his third and final push at this weight. So at this pace, Josh is actually well ahead of all the men. But it's a long time. We don't know if he can hold it. We don't know if he started out too hot for himself or if this is about the pacing that works for him. We're going to find out. The weight does not seem to be a problem for him. He's marching. All 4 plates on that sled, totaling 330 pounds. And he'll complete that push, no problem. Meanwhile, Jeff has completed his second set. He is going through now 2 rope climbs. Pretty awesome story about Jeff. He just recently learned how to climb a rope, and now here he is competing in the semifinals, doing what was now his second rope climb of this competition. Quick learner, and he's doing really well performance-wise. In the corner of your screen, you can see Chad is completing his third pull. He seems to be turning in the side of his body and pulling with a lead arm, walking back the 5 feet. That's a strategy we've seen a couple of athletes do. As on camera, Jeff furthers his lead and completes his second rope climb. So, Jeff is moving on to his third weight. For him, that'll be 105 pounds. As Josh Hoffmaster completes his final rope pull. We're going to see him do 2 rope climbs, the 10-minute mark. These guys still have 25 minutes to work with. Okay, and we see Jeff about to start his third lap here. I'm going to hand over the mic briefly to Dave Warfel here, who's going to take over in commentary. This is what's on camera, and then you can speak to what's off camera. Thanks for that.
So we got Josh, the only one in this wave here in the men's open, going up for another rope climb.
Jesse Gordon's the 16 seed. He's also in the men's open.
We also have Jesse, sorry about that, who's the 16 seed in the men's open as well going. He's still working on his sled in the second round. All right, looks like Chad DeFalco just finished up his rope climbs, heading back to his barbell, so he's switching his weight now. As Jeff Gilbert hits his first rep on the barbell. Nice job, Jeff. Jeff looking really strong on that second rep as well. Jeff's been spending a lot of time in the gym lately working on his strength with one of our trainers here, so no surprise that he's handling this barbell really well. Beautiful looking thruster right there from Jeff. All right, so Chad's getting ready for this barbell here. Let's see how Chad handles his first rep here at the heavier weight. No problem with that deadlift. Oh, muscled through that power clean. Let's see what he's got for the thruster. All right. Not sure if he got full depth on that. Don't know if the judge gave it to him or not, but he worked through it. And that's a good rep. Nice rep for Chad. Chad's a great OCR athlete. He does a lot of obstacle course races. I don't think he trains a lot with the barbell, so this is probably somewhat of a new movement for Chad. But he's working through it pretty well. And there's another good rep from Chad. And we still got Jeff here working on the sled. We got Jesse. Looks like Jesse's finishing up with his sled, I believe. Taking a look outside, trying to cool off a little bit. Yeah, looks like Jesse's ready for his rope climbs here. So Chad's being really smart right here. That barbell weight is a little bit challenging for him, so he's taking a break, getting some oxygen, taking his time with it. You don't want to rush these because once you start, if you fail any part of the barbell complex, you've got to start over again. So smart move there by Chad. As we see Jeff here making really quick work of that sled. He's moving that thing quickly. You see at the very back of these barbells here, we have Josh Hoffmaster. Good looking lift there from Josh. Josh qualified, I believe, in second place in the men's open category. We got Jeff there. You can see him going up the rope. Oh, sorry, that was Jesse going up the rope there. And he got that successful rope climb. So good job there, Jesse, on the rope climb. So here you're seeing Chad and Jeff. Chad just added some weight, starting his next round of sled push and pulls. So good job there from Chad getting through that barbell. We've got Josh back there in the back, still working on his 6 reps of his barbell complex. There's another good rep from Josh. Josh actually hurt his finger earlier this week and he was supposed to go last week in semifinals, but hurt his finger, so he bumped it back, give himself a little more time to recover. I think it's still not at 100%, but I talked to him earlier this week, and he said it was really only bothering him mostly with the rope climbs and not too much with anything else. So it's good to see him hitting that barbell without any trouble. So hopefully that finger's not causing him any issues. Off camera, there's Jesse Gordon right there. Yeah, another successful rope climb for Jesse. We are about 17 minutes into this workout. Just coming up on the 17-minute mark out of 35 total. And I can tell you from last week when I competed and did this is where it really starts to become a grueling workout. You just have to sort of black out a little bit and just keep working hard. It feels like you're on that sled forever. So we've got 3 of these guys here. We got Josh on the left, Chad in the middle, and Jeff on the end. Josh getting ready, I believe, starting his 3rd round of sled push and pulls. Josh does a lot of sled work in the gym. I see him in here practicing this a lot. So he also did very well in the Brix Open strength workout that was all sled push for 15 minutes. So I expect Josh to make pretty good work of this sled here. And here we see Jeff getting ready to start his rope climbs. This is a very challenging movement for Jeff. He's just been working over the last 2 weeks really on being able to climb that rope. He's done a great job. He's put in a lot of work, and that work is paying off right here. That's a good-looking rope climb for Jeff. Really nice, Jeff. And right on cue, we got Josh. Just took his shirt off. Like I said, this is where the workout gets real. So Josh is moving quickly on the sled pulls. You can see Josh walking back a little bit there on the sled, but that rope is sort of in the way there. He's not really moving it out to the side. So it's getting into his lane there as he tries to walk back some. Jeff goes up for another rope climb. If you guys could have seen Jeff trying to climb rope a few weeks ago, he's improved so much just over a couple of weeks, all really just training for this semifinals workout. So really, really proud to see Jeff get up there. Chad finishing up his sled pull right there. I think Chad's got one more down and back with his sled before he moves on to the rope. Took a break there for a second, but I'm back. Was just helping with some scoring stuff behind the scenes. Looks like we've got, Josh still here in his 3rd round on the sled. I think this is Chad's last pull on the sled. And here is Jeff Gilbert loading up some more weight onto his barbell. I jumped in a little late here this morning to this wave, but I believe that Jeff might be starting his 4th round. Jesse also put up a really good score on strength in the open, which was a sled push. So Jesse's also making that sled look a lot lighter than it actually is. And it looks like Josh Hoffmaster just finished his 2nd back and forth with the sled, so he's got to push it down and pull it back one more time before he moves on to his, I believe, his 155-pound barbell. Just a close-up look at Josh working hard on that push.
Let's go, Josh.
We got Chad going up the rope there in the background. Rope climbs are nothing new for Chad. He's done a good bit of that in his training. Made that look pretty easy. Well, let's see what Jeff does with this barbell here. We're starting to get a little bit heavier on this side now. Still no problem for Jeff. No problem.
Celeste is still on the top, huh? She was killing it. How's she doing? Like, not in this, but overall. In like
Chad's got at least one more rope climb. I don't know if he's in the round of 2 or 3.
Wait.
It asked me to reload. Just click this. So Jeff made that last lift look pretty easy, but you could see him taking a good bit of rest here. So this is one of those workouts where the sled really, really fatigues you. So you get to that barbell, and even though you can lift the weight normally, after all those sled pushes and pulls, it really kind of wears down on you.
I mean, like, hard. Like,
Chad with another successful rope climb.
No, I don't need a lot of runway, but no, not when it comes to you. Well, that's too bad about her brother, and I wish her the best.
So it looks like Chad might be making up a little ground here on Jeff. So these are the 2 gentlemen that are in the men's masters.
Is she here in the tank? Is this blue tank right here? Who's this? Oh, that's right. Okay. I think I know him.
Jeff's still moving pretty well on that barbell. Still looking pretty good.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Chad struggled a little bit with the barbell last round, so we'll see how he does now with this heavier weight. We'll see if he can get that power clean up to his shoulders. If Chad can get through this barbell complex, I think he's got a shot at maybe catching Jeff. We're just coming up on the 25-minute mark, so we've got about 10 minutes left as we see Josh Hoffmaster go up, make quick work of that rope climb. I believe Josh is finishing up his 3rd round here. See how long it takes him to get back up there. See if that finger injury is an issue here. There goes Josh. Ooh. He ended up jumping down instead of sliding down. I'm wondering if that's just fatigue setting in, or if I wonder if his finger is having a hard time gripping the rope. I'm not sure.
I'm not, but I'll have fun for sure. Yeah. I'm sure have a good time.
All right, so Jeff finished up his barbell complex, so he is now moving on to the sled. And Chad has still yet to start any of his barbell complexes. So Chad is putting more space in between himself. Jeff is putting more space in between himself and Chad right now. All right, off camera, here we got Josh here. He took a pretty significant break between his 2nd and 3rd rope climbs. but made quick work of it, came down, and he's getting ready to add some more weight onto his barbell and get started with round 4.
I know, but this he probably wants to beat.
Did you see my last fall?
Yes, I did. I saw your grip.
I see Jesse Gordon there in the blue on the left, and then Jeff is on the right.
Someone told me, like, you have 3 minutes.
Jesse's got that look of, oh my gosh, I still have to pull this sled. I feel you, Jesse, man. Last week when I did this, I felt the same. Unfortunately, those guys also have to deal with the heat coming in the back with that garage door open. All right, looks like Chad failed that first attempt at his barbell complex, but he's going to chalk up, catch a quick breather. You see his judge Adam there trying to give him a few pointers.
I saw your tape rip like on the bar, and I was like, oh, I hate that. If that rips,
Let's go, Chad. You can hit this.
you get really slick. Like that. Like if that rips, I'm like, oh no. And then the other one rips.
Got to be explosive here, Chad. Let's see what he's got. Oh, yeah, he got it. Can we get that thruster? We got to get that weight overhead.
Boy, Josh.
All right, good rep from Chad.
What's that, Nia? I'm still laughing at that video. The gummy worms? Yeah.
Let's see how Josh does here with this weight. Good looking power clean. Gets that bar overhead.
I had it all dialed out. So I would just continue as Nestor. That's all we need, you know? Me and Matt, we did rock, paper, scissors for the music choice.
Josh also being smart here, taking a good bit of rest before his next rep on the barbell. Let's see Chad if he can get another one. Got it up there.
That or slow jab.
I just gonna throw my bar.
Get that bar overhead, Chad.
Catch it, put it down. Like
Right.
Jesse's wife?
We got Jeff and Jesse. I feel like I've said that several minutes ago, but these guys are still working away on this sled. Jesse's straight up taking a breather. I'm not sure if he's done with this sled and he's going to move on to his rope climbs and he just doesn't want to climb his rope. Nah, he's still working on the sled there. As Josh hits another rep in his round of 155, his 4th round.
No? Yeah, Tashina.
We got Chad taking a nice break here, thinking about it. Josh in the back, another beautiful power clean. Josh completed his rep. Chad gets down. Can we get that overhead? Nicely done. Really strong work for Chad. Not sure what round here Jeff and Jesse are on. I think Jeff should just have one more push and pull left. But you can see these guys really starting to get tired. We just hit the 29-minute mark. We're a little over 29 minutes now. Jeff is still getting after it, but starting to feel it for sure at this point. He's crushing that sled, though. No brakes, all the way across in one shot. As we pan over to Josh and Chad now, still working on their barbell. Josh with another good rep. Get that up there, Chad. Nice job. All right, another good rep from Chad. And again, I think Josh has 155 on his barbell. Double checking Chad's weight here. He's got, I believe Chad's on a 125 barbell right now. All right, off screen, Chad just had to fight. Took about 5 seconds to press it up overhead on his thruster, but he got it. And we've We've got Jeff here finishing up his last pull before he moves on to the rope. And we've got Jesse Gordon about to go up that rope. Jesse, again, is in the men's open along with Josh, who's pushing that sled forward right now. Those two guys are in the men's open category. Jesse with a successful rope climb off screen. Josh pushing that sled all the way across for his first push. We're at about 31:30, so we've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left for these guys to work. There's Chad back on the barbell again. He struggled with that last rep. Can he get another one? And he does. And that's it for the barbell for Chad. Nice work. Chad really suffered through those, but a lot of grit to push through that. Good job, Chad. Josh finished his first sled push, but you see him on a knee right now, getting ready to pull this thing. I would say between the two, pulling is a lot more fatiguing than pushing. It does depend on an athlete's strength, but for me, the pull was way more grueling than the push was. And I think that's why Josh took that big rest there. As you see Jeff Gilbert going up the rope, men's masters. Him and Chad are fighting it out. It's a nice rope climb from Jeff. I don't think Chad has enough time to catch him here. Chad's quite a few sled pushes and pulls behind. So I don't think Chad's going to get him, but I know Chad, and I've worked out with him before. He's gonna push this sled as much as he can in the next 2.5 minutes. As we see Jesse Gordon going up the rope for his second rope climb. Nicely done from Jesse. Nice job. Jesse's a pretty tall athlete, so he's able to get that in about 2.5 pulls. All right, we got Josh. He's got just under 2 minutes left, and he's got a push, a pull, a push, and a pull left on the sled to even get to the rope climb here in his 4th round. Jesse taking a nice long break there before he goes up for his next rope climb. Chad's getting ready to pull his sled back. This will be finishing the first push-pull for Chad if he can get this pull back. We've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining before these guys are finished up. 1 minute 10. Looks like Josh is getting right on that pull this time. He didn't take any kind of a break there, so he's going for it. He wants this last rep. He wants to get this thing pulled all the way across. Oh, he's just going hand over hand. That takes a lot of upper body strength. It's really taxing on the biceps. But Josh is a really strong athlete, so he's able to do it. We've got about 40 seconds left. Let's see if Chad can get his sled pulled all the way back before time expires. Let's see if Josh can get his back. Looks like Josh is going to make it. Chad's going to make it as well. One more big pull here from Chad. Still have 30 seconds left. You'll see Josh's sled come on screen here in just a second. There it is. All right, Chad's going to try to push this thing across. He's got about 15 seconds to get that across. Can Josh get it all the way across? He's got 10 seconds left. Josh is pushing hard. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Time. Oh, I don't know if he got it. Him and Chad gave it everything they had at the end there. That's so awesome to see, to watch both of those guys just lay it all out on the floor, give it everything they had. I just went to give Jeff Gilbert a high five there, and he said I can barely lift my arm. So he definitely gave it everything he had to. He made it pretty far. I don't know. I jumped in kind of late here, so I'm not sure how far Jeff Gilbert got, but he definitely made quick work of that sled and the barbell. I think the rope climb was the only thing that slowed him down just a little bit, but kudos for him for working on his rope climbs over the last couple weeks. Great effort from all of our athletes here. Now they've got 10 minutes to recover. before they hit workout 2, which has this rig, which you'll see one of our other athletes, Nestor, just getting some practice in. Nestor's going to go a little later this afternoon. I believe he's in the 2 o'clock wave, so he's just getting some practice in on the rings right now before he starts his wave later. We'll be back in a few minutes before we start workout 2. All right, so we're just getting ready here to start workout 2. We've got Chris making sure everybody's in the correct lane, I think, right now. Just clearing up a last-minute question or two. So for workout 2 here, we have as many rounds as possible in 30 minutes. These guys are going to complete 10 burpees over the bar, 10 hang cleans. They're going to do 1 big rig, which is all these rings here, which you'll see shortly. And then they're going to do 1 ascent of the cargo net, and then finish with 1 mile on the Rogue Echo bikes, which you'll see there behind the athletes right now. So they'll go through that work as many times as they can in 30 minutes. And here we go. We're getting started. We got to do a burpee first before we jump, Jeff. There we go. So it's a burpee facing the bar, and then we hop over. You'll see Jesse getting to work here. So this burpee over the bar, this is actually it's a great movement for your shorter athletes, your taller athletes. They just have a longer way to go to move their body through that burpee. You'll see Jeff there in the gray shirt, or Josh, excuse me, in the gray shirt in the back. And here we have Jeff and Chad. So Jeff and Chad, again, are in the men's masters division. Jeff getting ready to do his hang cleans here. Let's see. Chooses to keep that bar up and rep them out. Now these hang cleans are going to play a factor. They are going to tax your grip. And there's a lot of grip intensive work coming up with the rig and the cargo net. So Jeff held onto that bar for all 10 reps. That's a pretty light weight for Jeff, but again, the grip could become a factor here. And here's Josh Hoffmaster with his hang cleans, taking a little bit more time than Jeff was here. And I'd mentioned Josh's finger injury earlier, so this is actually something that could be very difficult on the fingers. Trying to hang on to that bar, not going back to the ground each time, hanging onto that bar. Finger could be an issue here, and it looks like he may be struggling a little bit with that finger injury. We'll see how he handles it here. Jesse's another really strong athlete, making that weight look really light on his hang cleans. Josh is back at it, looking good with his hang cleans. Looks like Josh and Jesse both moving on to the rig. All right, so Jesse decided just to touch the ring, and he's going to head out for an 800-meter run. So if these guys cannot complete the big rig, then they have to do an 800-meter run, which is 2 laps here around our building. It's a pretty severe penalty, and it looks like Jesse, I think, he's practiced the rig, but he wasn't able to get it in practice, so he decided not to waste any time attempting it and just go out and accept his penalty lap. All right, so this is a big test here for Josh Hoffmaster and see how his finger holds up. Chooses to skip that second ring. So far, so good for Josh. He's matching his hands. He's making his way across that horizontal bar. And we've got Chad in the back with the red shorts, getting ready for his first big rig attempt. Looking good so far. And like I said, Chad does a lot of obstacle course work. As Josh gets up there and kicks that bell, nice job. So Josh successfully gets through that rig. So he'll move on to the cargo net. And we have Chad finishing up the rig. This is a little bit tricky here at the end, so let's see, make sure Chad can hold on. You gotta just want to stay in control, take this nice and easy, keep your momentum swinging forward and back. You don't want to try to get sideways here. It's a good forward and back swing. Nicely done, Chad. He took an extra back and forth swing there on the rings to make sure he was in control before he reached for that bell. And Josh got up to the top of that cargo net. Makes his way back down. I'll tell you, the trickiest part about this cargo net to me is actually coming down. Getting up is not easy because the cargo net's very loose, has a lot of slack in it. You'll see it moving a lot as Chad's climbing up there. It kind of moves with your feet, so it's hard to get your feet out of there. So descending that cargo net is quite tricky. The people who can descend it much faster than the others can make up a decent amount of time on that movement. We're about 4.5 minutes in, and Josh is on that Echo bike. He's got to ride for 1 mile. Looks like he's got a little bit under 60 RPMs for his cadence for Josh. That could take him around maybe 250 to possibly 3 minutes to finish that at his current pace if he sticks with it. Chad taking a look around, I think, looking for his competitors. So Chad is competing with Jeff in the Masters, and Josh is competing with Jesse. And both Jeff and Jesse are out on their 800-meter penalty lap. Both of those guys were not able to get the rig, and they knew they weren't able to get it coming in, so they both just went out on their penalty lap. Well, it looks like Jeff's back in. That was pretty quick from Jeff. Jeff put up a really impressive time in the open, in the speed workout, which had a couple of 400-meter runs, one to start with and then one with a 40-pound sandbag for Jeff. And he surprised a lot of people with his speed. So he's been working on his running as well. We'll see how he looks here on this cargo net. You can see that net moving a lot as Jeff climbs up there. Finding good footing on this thing is tricky. Some of you guys may have done Spartan races in the past or some other obstacle races. A lot of those cargo nets are very tight. They're a lot easier. The tighter it is, the easier it is to get your footing. This one is very wobbly. Jeff getting his foot caught a little bit there, so I was talking about coming down is really harder than getting up. And you get to some point and you almost just want to jump off of it. All right, so Jeff has finished his cargo net now. He'll join the other two guys on the bikes. Jesse is still finishing up his 800-meter penalty lap. And you'll see Josh here just trying to get some oxygen, I think, also resting his arms. There's a lot of grip work, a lot of forearm strength. So if you can get a rest and take your hands off of those handles there on the Echo bike, you can give yourself a little bit of a break in your upper body. Means you do have to work harder with your legs if you're not using your arms, but in this kind of a workout, it might be a good strategy. So Josh just finished his first round in just about 7 minutes. So right about 7 minutes for Josh on his first round. We'll see if he can maintain that pace throughout. He was going a lot slower on the bike than I know he's capable of, so that could be part of his strategy. I think he's taking the burpees kind of fast, but he was definitely, I think, recovering on the bike. That pace he was going is more of a recovery pace for Josh. I know he can hammer that thing a lot harder. And we have a Jesse Gordon sighting. He is back in from his run. Double checking with his judge what he's got to do. Yep, you got to climb that cargo net now. Try to catch your breath. It's hot out there too, guys. It's 1:30. It's probably 90 some degrees right now. You can see Jesse shaking his hand out there a little bit. You want to make sure before you go up that cargo net, so you can't see off screen right now, but Jesse's just getting a drink of water, wiping himself down. He had a towel over there. You don't want to start climbing that thing unless you're ready and you know your hands can handle it. All right, so here we see Jesse going up that net. You'll see Josh there in the background. Just took a break on his hang cleans. Looks like he's breaking those up into either 2 or 3 sets. That weight on the hang clean for Josh is 115. That's the men's open hang clean weight. And I believe the men's masters hang clean weight is 75 pounds. So Jesse and Chad, Jeff and Chad will be doing 75 pounds for their hang cleans, and Josh right now has 115 on the bar. All right, so off screen, Josh Hoffmaster just finished his hang cleans. He's getting ready to attempt the rig. He's going to take his time here, chalk up before he gives that a go. This workout is mostly about the rig. It's really about not falling off of this rig. If you can make all your attempts here at the rig successful, then you can put up a pretty competitive score. But just one fall could really bump you down quite a few places, as we see Chad cranking out these hang cleans. Looking really strong. That weight looks pretty light for him. Looking really good there, Chad. Looked like Chad went unbroken there for all 10. All right, we've got a long shot here. We got Josh really making sure he's ready before he attempts. We got Jesse still on the bike there. Jesse's finishing up his first round. You'll see we got some spectators. There's a young girl there on the side looking at the camera, getting ready to watch Josh go. All right, and he's up the first set of rings onto the horizontal bar. He's laboring a little bit, but he still looks like he's in control. Josh practices this a lot here at Cerus. He comes here regularly, so this isn't brand new for him. He's matching his hands, make sure he's gotten a good grip, and nice kick on the bell at the end. Nice job, Josh. You see him looking at his hands there. Hopefully that finger holds up for him. We got Jeff Gilbert starting round 2 of his burpees. So Jeff had to do that penalty lap, so he's a little bit behind where Josh is. That 800-meter penalty lap really does take it out of you. It takes a lot longer than just one successful rig attempt. And we see Chad here hitting the rig.
Chad.
Nicely done. Chad makes it onto that horizontal bar. Horizontal bar is probably the point where the least amount of people fail. I won't say it's easy, but you do get a little bit of a break. Oh, Chad reaches for that ring, and he's got it. It's this descent that gets a lot of people caught up here. So we just want to see Chad took his time on the first set. Staying nice in control. Nailed that bell with some flair. Chad always throws a lot of flair into his workouts. I love it. So that's Chad's second successful big rig. Yeah. As long as you need me.
Tabulating.
Took a brief break there, guys, but we're back, and we see Jeff with those hang cleans. I misspoke earlier. The men's masters weight for those hang cleans is 95, not 75. So we've got Chad getting ready to hop onto that Echo bike. Again, it's 1 mile on the Echo bike here, and we have Josh Hoffmaster, who qualified in second place through the Open, also on his 1 mile Echo bike. Again, Josh, you see resting his hands over his head. So Josh was around, I think we said right around 7 minutes for his first round. We'll see what he ends up here after he's finished with his second round. See if he stayed on pace. See if he kept that same cadence all the way through. Off screen, we got Jesse there in the bright blue shirt, knocking out his 10 burpees over the bar. And I think I missed it when we took a quick break there, but Jeff is out on his penalty loop in his second round. So he, again, him and Jesse both I don't think can complete that rig, so they're just accepting their penalty lap right from the get-go. So Jeff is out on his run. So Chad right now is staying ahead of Jeff in this workout. I believe Jeff got him in workout 1, but Chad is got the lead right now in workout 2, and that's mostly just because Chad is very good at the obstacles, and he's able to handle that rig really well. That'll definitely give these athletes something to work on. Both Jesse and Jeff are both members here at Cerus, and they're in here all the time. So if they want to compete next year, I think they know what they need to work on. They need to work on some rings and some obstacle and some ninja rig stuff, and they'll be right in the mix next year too. Jesse making that 115 barbell look so light. So Josh is starting round 3. He's on his burpees. He was a little over 7 minutes. I think about 7:20, 7:30 on his second round. So he slowed down just a little bit, but not much, considering what these guys did in the first workout for 35 minutes with only a 10-minute break before this started. He's still moving pretty well. To only drop 20 seconds on your second round is not bad at all. You can definitely see him starting to slow down here, trying to get some oxygen. We've got 14 minutes of work left. So we're 16 minutes into the workout. We've got 14 minutes left. This is really not only testing their strength and their ability to go through the rig, but we're also testing their endurance throughout the whole entire event. A 35-minute workout, a 10-minute break, and another 30-minute workout. That's a lot of work to get done. And I think we could see that wearing away at Josh a little bit here. He's starting to take some bigger
I'm going to
breaks.
brief all you guys now. I'm just making sure I got all my score sheets.
And it does look like he's just struggling with his breathing, but breaking up those hang cleans into 2 sets. I think he's going 5 and 5. Let's see here. There's 3, 4, and 5. Looks like he is done. So he broke that up into 5 and 5. So he'll take a breather and get ready for the rig, but he's definitely going to chalk up and take some rest before he attempts that. We see Chad doing a little crawl burpee method. You can just see the toll this is taking on these athletes. Chad's still crushing through it, though. You just got to chip away, right? You just got to chip away at these burpees. Very few people like doing burpees, and you just gotta keep moving. You got to hit the ground again and stand back up. Chad's doing a good job of just getting through it. So Jesse has joined Jeff Gilbert out on his penalty lap. So both of those guys are outside right now running their 800 meters. And here we have Josh starting his big rig for the 3rd time. Let's see if he can keep it steady, and he's on to the horizontal bars in the middle. He traverses that first one. Onto that second bar now. And we just have a descent left. Still matching up his hands to make sure he's got a good grip. Nice ninja kick at the end. Well done. All 3 of Josh's rig attempts have looked very similar, which is great. You want to see consistency there. A lot of times you'll see athletes, after they get their first or second, they really start to lose control of their body. They start swinging sideways a little bit, or their grip starts to fail. They might miss a ring here or there, but Josh has looked very consistent on all 3. Really well done, Josh. All right, so Jeff is in from his penalty lap, and he is on to the cargo net. I believe this is round 2 for Jeff. We do allow 2 people at the same time to go up that cargo net. It can get a little tricky when there's 2 people on there because that net moves so much that you're almost pushing it a little bit for the other athlete. At the same time, it could actually help stabilize it a little bit to have another person on there putting some pressure on the other end of the rope. Looks like both of these guys are going to get up to the top at just about the same time. Josh does a really nice job here of getting down and not really getting caught. That's really well done from Josh. That was a good descent. Jeff having a little bit more trouble. Yeah, once you get one foot stuck, man, it can be frustrating. I think last week when I participated, I yelled at the cargo net a couple of times. I told it to get off of me because it can be frustrating. Here we go, Jeff. Give that thing a hug. Get unstuck. Ugh. Get out of there. Come on, Jeff. Get out of there. Somebody go help Jeff. All right, Jeff's finally out of that cargo net as we watch Chad here on his hang cleans. Chad stayed pretty consistent all the way through. He's pacing this really well. I talked to Chad right before he started the workout, and he asked if I had any advice, and I said, just stay consistent. Don't try to go out too hard. Don't rush anything. You know, just take it nice and consistent. Keep breathing, and he's doing just that. So he's going to take a nice big breather here off screen before he gets ready to attempt his third rig. Chad's looked really great on the rig so far, so I expect him to nail this third attempt right here. We've got a little over 9 minutes left. 9 minutes, 15 seconds left of work. Chad is off screen. He's sitting down over here on the bench chatting with the crowd a little bit, taking his time. As we see Josh cranking away at that 1 mile echo bike. And Jeff is on that echo bike. I think Jesse Gordon is still out on his 800 meter run. Jesse is more of a strength-based athlete, not as much of a runner. So that 800 meters is really going to take its toll, especially out in this heat right now. He will have time to get back in, get a cargo net in, and hopefully he can get off the echo bike. If you can get off that 1 mile bike, you can really accumulate quite a few reps on the burpees and the hang cleans right there near the end. So hopefully he's got enough time to finish that bike when he comes back in. And here we've got Chad getting ready to start his third rig attempt. Nice swings here from Chad, looking good. He's got the last ring. He's got to transition to the horizontal bar. And he's got it. One hand after the other, nicely done. You see his lower body shifting back and forth. It's really well done. Controlling his lower body, looks great. Nice and smooth on those rings. Beautiful. Slaps that bell at the end. A third successful rig, yes. I think that boosted his confidence. See, you can see him with a little head nod there at the end. He's proud of it. He should be. That's really good work. The second workout is so much about that rig. And he's taking his time, and he is nailing it. So great job there, Chad. So Jesse, bright blue shirt there in the back, grabbing a drink of water. He's just in from his 800 meter run. He's got to go up that cargo net as well. So he'll join Chad here in a second on the cargo. And you'll see Josh Hoffmaster there in the back starting his fourth round of burpees. He started at about 7:20, which is just about how long it's been taking him to do a round. So he might be really close to finishing 4 full rounds here. He may get stuck on that echo bike at the very end. You have to finish the entire mile on the echo bike. As we see Chad here getting up there, tapping that metal bar at the top. As soon as you touch that metal bar at the top, that's a completed rep. You still do have to get your way down, though, which, as we've seen, we saw Jeff in that last round, is not the easiest. Chad's getting a little stuck there, but not too bad for the way down. So Chad will head off to his echo bike. And now Jesse will give that cargo net a shot. We've got Josh in the back taking a pretty big break here before he gets back onto the barbell for his hang cleans. We'll see if he goes 5 and 5 again. Because he's running out of time, we'll see if he decides to try to hang on and go all 10. Let's see what Josh does there in the back as Jesse Makes his way up that cargo net. You'll see Jesse kind of wrapping his whole arm inside of there. That helps you just get a better grip. Makes you feel a little more secure when you put your entire arm in there with the elbow lock. So it looks like Josh is going to go 5 and 5 on his hang cleans. Jeff's starting round 3 on those burpees. He's moving pretty quickly. Pretty impressive here from Jeff how quickly he's moving after having already run a mile. So he's done 2 800-meter penalty laps. So he's run a mile out in that heat, and he's still moving quickly on those burpees. I'm impressed by Jeff here. As I say that, he puts his hands on his knees. He does need to take a quick breather here. Maybe he was moving a little too fast, but he's back at it. So I always liked it with the burpees. I like to try to find a nice consistent pace and not go out too hot where you have to take those breaks, because you end up taking a break for longer than you want to. You think only maybe 5 or 6 seconds go by, but it's really more like 12 to 15. So we've got Chad. Chad should have enough time. Both Jesse and Chad should have enough time. There's 4.5 minutes left, so they should finish that echo bike and get ready to start their next round. For Chad, it'll be round 4. For Jesse, I believe it'll be round 3. And we're getting ready to watch Josh Hoffmaster here. Second place qualifier from the Open, the men's Open category, getting ready to finish his 4th rig. Here we go, Josh. Let's get it, man. He's made it to the horizontal bar. He's on to the second horizontal bar now, looking pretty good, pedaling his legs, keeping his momentum going. He's just got to get this descent here. Let's go, Josh. One more ring and a big ninja kick for the finish. Bam, nailed it with style. Still looking strong. So we've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. He's got to get up and down that cargo net and then finish that echo bike. I think it's going to be pretty close. He's going to have to work a little harder on the echo bike if he wants to finish this 4th round. He's going to have to push the pace and go harder than he's been going. We'll see if he uses his arms the whole time instead of resting them over his head like he's been doing. But it'll be close. We got Jeff here getting ready, I think, he's still got some hang cleans left. All right, so Josh just got on the bike with 3:10 remaining, with 3:10. So Josh should be able to finish. 3 minutes and 10 seconds is more than enough time for him to get off that echo bike. We'll see what kind of urgency he shows getting off that bike to get some reps. Because you've got burpees and hang cleans, which you can, if you go hard, you can accumulate a few good reps there. But we'll see how bad Josh wants it when he gets off this echo bike. Just about 2.5 minutes left. Jesse should be getting close to finishing his 2nd round there on the echo bike. He'll be able to accumulate some reps on the burpees and hang cleans. We'll see what Jeff does here. So Jeff has not attempted the rig yet, and it looks like he's not going to attempt the rig this time either. Oh, he's still got his hang cleans. I'm sorry. So Jeff has still got his hang cleans. He was just chalking up. Josh does look like he's moving with more urgency right now than he was in his previous round. So he seems that he's aware of the time, and he's going to work hard to get off that echo bike and get some reps in.
Come on, Jesse.
We got Chad in the red shorts there in the back, still cranking away at his burpees. We got Jesse on the burpees as well. Chad is a round ahead of Jesse, but they are in different divisions. So Chad is in the men's masters. Jesse's in the men's open category. Jesse's still moving pretty well for having to do quite a few penalty laps. He's still moving pretty good. So we got the camera on Josh right now. We've got 1:20. 1:20 left. We don't know where he is in that mile, but like I said, he should be. I expect he'll get off with about maybe somewhere between 20 and 30 seconds left. Maybe 40 seconds if he hustles a good bit. His cadence has definitely increased. So somewhere between 20 and 40 seconds he should have left. We're at the 1 minute mark. As we See, Chad finished his burpees. Let's get all these hang cleans, Chad. You got a minute left. Let's see if we can get them all knocked out. I believe Chad's been going unbroken on these hang cleans. Now, if Chad can get back to that rig, as long as you start the rig, as long as your feet get off the bench and you start your rig attempt before time expires, you are allowed to finish. All right, so Josh is off with 37 seconds left. Let's see how quick he goes here on these burpees. He's moving really well. He knows 25 seconds left. He's moving hard. I love to see that from Josh, really pushing the pace. Jesse Gordon cranking those hang cleans. Looks like he'll try to get finished all those hang cleans. He's got 15 seconds left. As long as you start it, Chad, before time's up.
Gotta start it in 9 seconds. You got this.
Chad's going for it. All right. I love it. Chad's off. So let's see if he can get this rig. He's got as much time as he needs. He's holding on by his fingertips right now, and he's got a good grip. All right. He's made it past the rings. He's onto that first horizontal bar. Here's where you try to catch your breath a little bit. He's making it across that second bar. Come on, Chad. Let's finish this strong. Here we go. He's got that descent left. Just take this nice and controlled. He's made this look easy 4 times here. Oh, and he just lost it. Fingertips just slipped out on the end there. Great effort, though. He had maybe 5 seconds of rest before he hopped back up there. So that was really tough. I mean, you saw athletes taking anywhere between 30 seconds and, upwards of a minute rest before they attempted that last rig. And Chad had about 5 seconds of rest before he hopped up. So he really went for it. You got to give it up for the athletes just going for it at the end. So that was awesome to see. Couldn't quite make it, but great effort by Chad. Great effort by all our athletes here. And we will take a short break now while we get the next group of athletes briefed. I believe in this next wave coming up, we have the men's open category. We have Matt Drotar, who I believe was tied for third place in the open. We have Nestor Bravo, who was 6th place in the open. We've got Lyle Steven, who was 8th place, maybe 9th place. And Taylor Overmiller, who was the top qualifier out of the Brix Open. So we've got these 4 guys going. This, I would say, is I'm most looking forward to watch these guys go head-to-head. They're 4 really awesome athletes, and I'm really excited to see what they can do. Having them all together in the same wave, too, to push each other, I think we're going to see some pretty gutsy performances and probably some pretty good scores. So really looking forward to seeing what these guys can do, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey guys, this is Chris. We are getting ready. Men are doing their final checks on their weight, completing their warm-up. Athletes have actually already been briefed. So we're going to start that final men's wave here. Take a look at it. Taylor, Matt, Nestor, and Lyle. Our remaining high seed men and the final group of the men's open to go through. Still up ahead of them, our women's masters, Laura and Hiromi, will be up ahead next. But first we get to see number 1 seed Taylor, tied for number 3, Matt Drotar, the 6 seed Nestor Bravo, and the 9 seed Lyle Steven face off. What should be a really good competition. Stay tuned, it'll be starting in just a minute. All right, we are about to kick off this wave. A lot of people are excited to see how each of these athletes does. Closest to the camera in lane 1, we have last year's CerusBrix champion, Taylor Overmiller, as they launch on their first complex at 95 pounds. Behind him in the gray shirt, Matt Drotar. His first year in the CerusBrix Open. His second CerusBrix event of the year is launching. He qualified in 3rd place. Tied for 3rd with Dave Warfel and Casey McAllister, who've already punched their tickets to the men's championship. Behind Matt in the black and green Cirrus shirt, we have Nestor Bravo, last year's number 2 overall, qualified in 6th place. And finally behind him, also with the shaved head and the same shirt, but a different person, I promise, is Lyle Steven. And he has some work to do. Of all these men, he is the one who is currently on the outside looking in, coming in 9th place. So he has to pass at least some of the athletes who qualified ahead of him in order to advance. Athletes are just completing their first 6 complexes. There was plenty of jawing back and forth before they launched. Kind of exciting. I think it's lighthearted smack talk, but I can't be certain. So, as they get going, they are starting on a 290-pound sled. They are going to push and pull that 3 separate times for a total of 300 feet. Watch very carefully the grip technique they use. It's going to impact how they do later on because there's a lot of pulling in this, a lot, and it's over a 35-minute window. 3 separate times they'll go. It's very early, but Matt Drotar, the 3 seed, has just taken an early lead. On the far right, Lyle Steven, and to the left of him with the red knee braces, Nestor Bravo. And then on the far left with the shirt off, that is Taylor Overmiller, last year's champion of the CerusBrix Open and Championship. It's going to be interesting to see how these men size up in this workout. Strength, you want to take a really close look at Nestor and Taylor. Matt is kind of a wild card for this workout. It's his first year doing this, and he's just recently been really getting into the CerusBrix format, and so trying newer, heavier weights. It's all new for him, but he's obviously done really well in the Open and enough to qualify in third for the semifinal. He doesn't have too much to do to make the championship, but this gives us a really good early look to see how these guys size up against each other. Going into our second push, Nestor took an early lead. Really interesting. He went with the hand-over-hand technique. I can tell you I know Nestor pretty well. He's a training partner of mine. And rope pull is something that he's been working on. It'll be really interesting to see his hand-over-hand if it taxes him early. And Taylor, playing the long game, is taking his time. Taylor is known for really excellent pacing. So don't think that that means that he's in any trouble at all. He's playing the long game. He knows how to pace workouts. He knows how to play the system. He's a really good, smart athlete. He knows that as long as he keeps his pacing even on these sleds, it all is going to come back to that barbell. He's also the only man who completed the agility rig in last year's 100-foot CerusBrix Championship agility rig. So we are not looking at what we would call his strengths for this workout, but he's qualified in first by a pretty good margin. So while it may be not his strength, he's still ahead of most athletes. Okay, here goes here goes Matt Drotar in the gray shirt, and Nestor, both very quick up the rope. Third's going to be Lyle. He's getting ready to climb up the rope. They made that first lap in 4 minutes and 35 seconds. We're going to be watching split times here. 4:35 is really fast. We saw that in the last wave, and what we did see as you're watching both Lyle and Taylor climb, so Taylor's already made up that gap. What we did see in that last wave, including men's number 2, Josh Hoffmaster, is that if you start early, hot, and you're in a 35-minute workout, it can really come back to get you later in the workout. The lap times got slower and slower. We've got 4:35 clocked for the top speed through one lap. Now they're going to load up. They're swapping their 25s for 35s. That's going to give them a 115-pound barbell. Matt Drotar is the first to complete the complex one time. Next up, Nestor has his first under his belt. Nestor starting his second, and Taylor starting his first. Good. Okay. Weight's not going to be a problem for those three men. In the back of the camera shot, you can see Lyle has picked it up. Let's see how he does with this weight. He's grimacing. Here he goes. Full depth and full extend. He's going to get this weight. It's not going to be a problem, but it might slow him down. In terms of weight, what we're looking to see here, 6 reps at 115 pounds. The next lap, they'll be at 135, then 155, and if they can get there, which only 2 athletes, Casey McAllister and Dave Warfel, have done, they will address a 175-pound barbell. All these guys are looking and moving the barbell very proficiently, hopefully pacing themselves even. Let's see how Taylor does coming out of lap 1. You know, he paced himself behind all the men on the sled, and look at that. He's already out, tied for the lead, walking to the sled. They're going to load up now, and we're going to be in the 330-pound sled as they load an extra plate on their sled and begin to work. This weight's going to get heavy. It's 330, and then 375, and then 420, sorry. That sled is going to be a major factor. Now remember lap 1, 4 minutes and 35 seconds all in. The only work increase other than the load is they will owe us 2 rope climbs this time, as you watch Lyle completing at 1:15. His shirt's off. And his smack talk, while famous, not quite as much so far. Maybe the guy's tired, but we'll see if his jaw runs more than his reps. Here we go. He's down and he's up. Lyle surprised a lot of people with a few of his CerusBrix Open scores, particularly his agility score. He came out of nowhere, and I believe it was 3rd overall in the CerusBrix agility, passing everybody that you see on screen except for Taylor Overmiller. And here we go. This is neck and neck. Actually very exciting to watch these guys side by side. Not the first time that these gentlemen have competed. The first time Matt Drotar stood with these guys, but Taylor and Nestor we have watched compete now for almost 2 years at Cerus events, back and forth. The winner of those recent matchups has been Taylor. And before Taylor's time at Cerus, Nestor was winning every single Cerus event. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys face off against each other. I'm particularly excited to watch, as the weight gets heavy, how they respond. I know what the championship workouts are. I know they're heavy. I know that weight's going to be a big factor this year, but also agility and endurance. And speaking of endurance, for the first time we see one of them let up as Matt takes a couple steps to catch his breath before continuing to push, and he gains speed. On camera you have Lyle Steven. He is 50 feet or 100 feet behind, so 100 feet behind, but the other 3 gentlemen are all neck and neck. There is 0 feet of difference between the 3 of them. And Taylor's going to be the first. He's using the lock and walk technique. I'm a big fan of that. It preserves your pull muscles. If you were around last year to see the Brix Open Championship, the final event was endurance. And Taylor paced himself well behind the athletes early in endurance before taking a pretty commanding lead at the end of that event. He's a smart athlete. He's done this before, and watch his pacing. It's really critical. He went from last to now first by about 5 feet in just a matter of a couple minutes. So one real big thing as we get into the semis is athletes knowing themselves, knowing their abilities, knowing their strengths and their weaknesses, and trying to develop a plan to account for those strengths and weaknesses. Those who are endurance-focused athletes getting a crack at a longer workout like this, who may be worried about a heavy barbell, might just take their time if they know the barbell is going to be the limiting factor. Again, we see Matt pull ahead and then pause. Maybe that's part of his strategy, to pause about mid-turf before completing the rest of his push. As we watch Taylor now walking ahead. And in terms of distance here, we've got Lyle has now lost about another 25 feet on these 3 men. The other 2 are marching back, getting ready to pull. Very exciting, neck and neck. So here we go. The pulls have begun. Taylor's maintaining a very slight lead. He's sticking with his lock and walk technique. Meanwhile, Matt does seem to be using hand-over-hand technique, where the pull muscles will become a factor late. Now, hopefully his inexperience competing side-by-side with these guys isn't going to be an issue. He's done really well so far. I've watched him train. I've trained with him. He's a really strong athlete. He is the youngest of the men in this wave. Taylor, 31, 32, going up the net, the rope, for his first of what will be 2 climbs. Nestor, 36 years old, going up for his first of 2 rope climbs, and Matt, 27 years old, going for his first rope climb. One thing we've really noticed in the CerusBrix is that the age of the athlete has not been a limiting factor. Our women's number 1, 41, 42. Our women's number 2, Jess Kidd, 41 years old. Age is not a limiting factor for these guys. They're very dedicated athletes. They're good about their nutrition and their training. They're smart and they're very well versed. Okay, so just like old times, Nestor and Taylor side by side in the semifinal are loading up their 2 barbells. They are neck and neck. Give Nestor just a very slight edge on the speed of his rope climbs. Again, he's been using hand-over-hand technique, so we'll see how that factors in. Both of these guys have a lot of experience competing, not just in Cerus events, but in many fitness events. And off camera, Matt is having a bit of a mix-up. He's loading an incorrect weight, and his judge has intervened to tell him that he needs to fix it. 135-pound barbell going up. As promised, we have the lap 2 time, and boy, is it a big difference. 4:35 lap 1, 11 minutes 30 seconds is the clocked lap time. So 7 minutes total for that second lap. So they did come out significantly faster than they're settling into from a pace perspective. That being said, it is neck and neck. You can see Lyle doubled over here getting ready to do his 2 rope climbs, while the other 3 gentlemen who have been neck and neck this whole time are getting their 2nd and 3rd complexes up. Matt takes a break, chalking up grip and chalk. Hands and pull muscles are going to be a huge factor this whole competition as Lyle completes his first rope climb. From a time gap perspective, I've got Lyle about 2 minutes behind the other gentleman when you factor in his rest right here. And we will see. Taylor's under his weight, and it's up. 135, not going to be a problem for Taylor. Matt's weight is up. Very good depth of squat, very good. Also not a problem for Nestor. Side by side competing, 1, 2, 3, so close in everything. Taking a look at how they qualified, 1, 3, and 6 in the overall. The top 8 men are headed to the championship. The field goes from 16 down to 8. Taylor talking to his judge, not quite sure what's being said. He might be clarifying something. Good, his rep is good. And he's moving on. So his 6 are done. Nestor's 6 are done. Matt has lost just a little bit of time here. Let's see what number this is here. He's down, he's up. So Matt's still got 1 more rep to complete here. And the lead has changed yet again. So Nestor now taking a lead at the 15-minute 30-second mark. Very exciting here. We are on at, how many, wait, that is 375 pounds on the sled. That's a heavy sled. And it's only going to get heavier for them, because the next lap, assuming they can make it through the 155-pound barbell, they'll be addressing a 420-pound sled. Now, in my experience with this workout, the push is not so bad as the pull. Every athlete's different. Some have weaker push than pull muscles. Mine would be weaker on the pull side. But really, as we see, Nestor's now changed his technique. We're going to get that back on camera here as we watch Matt complete his 6th rep. Now look, we have a technique change. Nestor is wrapping around his waist. Very smart from a grip perspective. He's only going to get about 2 to 3 feet per pull, so how he manages his rope length is going to be a factor. However, you've got a wrap around the wrist of Taylor's right hand, so both of them have changed technique. To move a sled at that weight with any speed at all is very difficult. This is where we saw most men slow down significantly. And waiting on the other side of this 300 foot of sled push and pull is 3 rope climbs and then a 155-pound barbell. Lyle is able to move that weight, so we know that weight is not going to stop him from advancing through this next round. Might just take them a little bit longer. That's what we've seen. If an athlete's able to do it once, they will do it all 6 times. It's just they need more time between reps. I'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors, Gatorade, Rockstar, and Muscle Milk, Lifetime Windows and Siding, Bluebird Botanicals, Naked Wines, and Stapp Interstate Toyota. Thanks, guys, for being a part of Cerus and for fueling these athletes. On the turf, Nestor and Taylor, like so many times before, are shoulder to shoulder, neck and neck. Off camera, in the back right, Lyle just completed another rep. Now, while his speed is a little bit slower than those two, including Matt Drotar's lead ahead of him, it is going to be significant where he places. He's in 9th place going into the semifinals. He doesn't have to pass too many people in order to make his way into the championship, but he does have to pass a couple people. Lyle does. The other 3 gentlemen just have to hold their serve. Nestor and Taylor. We've got about a 6-foot distance, the advantage being Nestor's technique is currently working a little bit better for him. He's wrapping that rope around his waist and then pinching his hands to complete a loop around his waist. Taylor is doing the lock and walk technique. Nope, he's now wrapping the rest of the rope. Look at that, they learn from each other. He's now adopted Nestor's technique and will use it to complete. See if Lyle can get this. Oh, yes, he's got it. Whew.
Whoa.
What's up, buddy? Special shout out to Lyle's wife, Gabriella. Lyle's doing an awesome job here. I know you're watching from home. And yes, Casey, unleash the Nestor. It's fun to watch these guys compete, especially at a high level. You know how hard they're working right now. And it's not cool in here either. Current temperature outside is 90 degrees. There is air blowing. I wouldn't call it cool, though. You bet, Gabriella. It's awesome to watch you guys compete. Even your smack-talking husband. Okay, so Lyle's got what looks like 1 or 2 reps left at that weight. Then he will load up his sled and move on. And you can see Taylor there taking a couple beats to breathe. We are 20 minutes in. Now to reflect on how we got here. 4.5 minutes for lap 1, their fastest by far. 7 minutes for lap 2. We are 9 minutes into this round and these guys aren't even off the sled yet. So, we're at 20 minutes as Lyle completes the weight. Excellent job. Oh, and he walks off. I don't know where he's going. He actually just went outside and yelled. Always entertaining. Okay. So, Nestor has taken about a 20-foot lead. Still has 14 minutes to work with here. Behind him, Taylor about to complete his 3rd pull. Behind him, Matt Drotar is about 60 feet behind. He's got to complete a push and then start a pull. And those 2 sleds passing him on the turf right now indicate at least a 50-foot gap. Taylor is closing the gap. He is more frequently pulling. Oof, this is neck and neck. Both these guys are moving on, but where they place and their competitive spirit against each other, it's just fun to watch. Look at that. And Nestor is going to take the lead here pretty definitively. Let's see his rope climb. 1 pull, 2 pulls. Very efficient. That's the gold standard. 2 pulls for a 15-foot rope climb. Let's clock his time here between. Okay, so he took about 15 seconds between reps. That is not much time. It's a very fast climb. And we're going to see Taylor go up next. So, Taylor going up for his first climb, taking his time, carefully using the most secure but also slower technique of the S-hook. He's experienced, and I'm sure there's a reason why he's using the S-hook. Maybe he's worried about his grip. Nestor has completed his third and final rope climb. So we're going to see Nestor on a 155-pound barbell. Taylor is actually actively surveying the rest of the people. You can see him looking left and right to see where he is relative to his competitors. And also notice how fast he descended from that rope. Really fast, really experienced. He's got one more rope climb. Shaking out his forearms. Taylor going up for his third rope climb. In the background, Nestor is loading his weight. He's going to address a 155-pound barbell. We have had several men complete the 6 reps at 155. Only 2 men have completed any reps at 175. Those 2 men are already headed on to the championship. Matt just completed his rope climb. And he's using his rest time to start messing with his weight. So something that the athletes were told, they cannot use their barbell, but they can begin to prepare their barbell in between rope climbs while they wait for those muscles to recover, as Nestor is going to move through 155 pounds. He's catching his breath. Now, as promised, we're looking at lap times here, tracking from the leader. Nestor got on his barbell at 21 minutes, just about 21 minutes into the workout, or sorry, 23 minutes into the workout even. That puts him at a 12-minute lap. So we're going from 4.5 minutes to 7 minutes to 12 minutes. And we can see that slow deterioration of speed. Makes you wonder, should they have started slower? Would that have mattered now? Or would they just be slower in general if they started slow? Lyle marching back for his next pull as Matt is completing his second rope climb just off camera. Nestor has got the 155. Taylor also. 155 is not going to stop him today. These guys have awesome engines and a lot of experience. Their pacing strategy, they don't seem to be slowing down as much as I would have expected, honestly. I think the only thing that's surprising that we've seen so far that's been surprising so far is the lap 1 speed, 4.5 minutes, just too fast almost, but it doesn't seem to be slowing them down now. Just my opinion. Taylor got it. Oh my gosh, he strict pressed that weight. That's impressive, especially given his size. Ooh, and Matt easily moves the weight. Let's see, if he can get all the way back to this barbell, given what I just saw, he's got a chance at 175. Now, all of them, you can see, they're taking their time between reps. They're doubled over. The weight is heavy, as we're watching on camera. The side pull technique being used by Lyle. As he trips on his rope, unfortunately, he's got to manage his rope a little bit better. Gabriella, I will tell him that. So I did just yell that to him, Gabriella, and he looks unresponsive. I think he's in a dark place. So, Nestor will be the first. Nestor's going to be the first off of the 155-pound barbell. He's got 9 minutes to complete this lap. He's got a lead. The other 2 men you can see, of the 3 men, are all currently resting, trying to get ready for their next rep. Remember, the weight is heavy, it's hot, and they've been doing this for 25 minutes now. Now we're watching Nestor slowly push 420 pounds and then pull 420 pounds. Matt completes another rep. Here goes Taylor. Yes, look at that. My goodness. Taylor gets another rep under his belt. So, we've got Lyle working on completing his third round right now. On the sled pull, walking back, Nestor is the current leader in this wave, working on his fourth round, his first pull at this 420-pound weight. And then just off camera, men's overall number 1, Taylor Overmiller, is starting his first push at 420 pounds. Don't let that speed deceive you. Taylor is strong and he is very well paced. Just off camera, as we watch these gentlemen pull, Nestor using the same technique. Matt Drotar, tied for men's number 3, is down and up. There he is. And he is he done with this weight? Nope, he's chalking up. Looks like he's got one more rep to go. He's moved through that weight pretty fast. I'm really excited to see all 3 of these guys get up to the 175 barbell. Can they move it? And that's more weight than a lot of these guys weigh themselves. And putting that weight overhead out of a thruster is difficult. I got that on camera, thank you. We've got Hiromi and her contagious laugh. Hiromi's going to be competing as Women's Masters wave coming up next. Excited to watch her compete as we watch Matt Drotar has completed his 6th and final rep at 155 pounds. These guys have earned this high seating. 29 minutes into a 35-minute workout. Remember, many gentlemen were stuck entirely on the 155-pound barbell in the semifinals, and the semifinals are the great divide. Many people make it to the semis, and only half will advance. And the weight's the big divider here, that and the superior engine in order to be able to get through all that sled work. Matt with a high push here. Look at the position of his body, significantly different than Taylor's push position. You can see Nestor using an entirely different technique. His head is between the poles. Most of that force is going back to his Achilles and also to his elbows. When you get to that heavier weight, the more you can do to keep the weight centered on the skis, the sled that you're pushing, the less friction, additional friction you have to deal with. The danger of pushing high is you can push the sled up, which causes more friction, more difficulty. Just off camera, watching Taylor complete his pull. Gap between himself and Nestor is 50 feet, plus Nestor's completing his walk at his speed. He's going his speed, he's got his own game plan, he knows what he's doing. Not sure. Looks like Lyle is going to be completing one more rope climb here. He's definitely thinking about his life choices and his smack talk. Before this launched, he was asking each of the athletes if they thought they could keep up with him, as Lyle's going to ascend using an S-hook technique, or a modified S-hook technique. And he does have, oh, he's going to do back-to-back on these rope climbs. Now he's switched. I don't know what that technique is, I'm going to be honest. It worked. It's an effective one. He's got one more rope climb left. All these guys are great athletes and just really great competitors. It's just fun to watch them side by side. It's really exciting to see Nestor here. I know his training's been impacted by a lot that he's got going on in his life. Nestor is a high school principal at one of Denver's only fully bilingual elementary schools in Denver. And he fills his time with quite a bit of activities, including family time with his 2 boys and his wife, Kelly. Excited to see him go. even though he doesn't think his training's been where it needs to be. As he told me, it's clearly in a pretty good place as he's leading the men's #1 Taylor Overmiller 32 minutes into this workout. He is going to have a shot, but it's going to be tight at that 175-pound barbell. That being said, even if he doesn't get back to that barbell, he's currently sitting in the third best score behind Casey and Dave, who both got to that barbell. He's got a lot of rope climbing ahead of him, 4 rope climbs to be specific. And so I've been wrong here before. I predicted Dave wouldn't get back to his barbell, so I'm not going to predict that Nestor misses it, but let's just say even if he does miss that barbell, no harm done. He'll have taken the men's 3rd overall best score on this workout. Unless Taylor, who has now closed the lead from 50 feet down to about 35 feet, if Taylor can reel him in, then they would come in at 3-4, assuming they don't get back to that final barbell. On camera, 155 pounds for Lyle is awesome rep. He's got 1 rep at 155. Will that be enough? 1 at 155 to get him where he needs to go to advance to the championship? So 1 minute left in this. We're at the 34-minute mark. Okay. Sorry about that break here. We're just making sure logistically that they're getting ready for the second workout after this. As we watch Nestor just complete, he's got 35 seconds. Taylor has called it. He's going to leave his sled there and call it a day. Nestor is going to get that 1 rope climb under his belt. Does he want another one? He's got 10 seconds. Nope. He's calling it there. And that's a wrap for workout 1. So, we just watched those men. You can see Taylor walking outside. We just watched those men complete workout A. Scores are coming in. We will be right back after the athletes are briefed for their final workout of the day. So we've got 8 minutes until we're going to see these guys launch. Scores are being calculated right now. And we're going to see them go through the agility portion of the semifinal. So if you're just tuning in, we are waiting to launch the male open wave with Taylor, Matt, Nestor, and Lyle for their next 30-minute portion of their semifinal qualifier. Stay tuned.
rugged.
So
We've got 1 minute here. We'll be back on in 1 minute to start up this this workout too.
I just realized. So, same spot.
All right, and we're off here for workout 2 for the men's open wave here. Just as a reminder, we've got 10 bar facing burpees. They have to do a burpee and then jump over the bar.
Just got no reps.
Then we've got 10 hang cleans after that with 115 on the barbell. Then they do 1 big rig. Then they do 1 cargo net. And they finish with a mile on the Rogue Echo bike. Really curious to see how these guys do after pushing themselves really hard in workout 1.
These are nothing.
I'm looking for the women.
Matt and Taylor were the first ones to the barbell for the hang cleans.
It's 45, 65, 85.
Looks like Taylor's going unbroken for all 10.
So the first one is barrel bar.
Yeah, they lift it off the ground. It's the block is
This might be part of Taylor's strategy, making sure he gets to the rig first. Taylor is a very good at the rig work, so he probably wanted to make sure he didn't have to wait for anybody and get up there first. He's not taking too much of a rest, and he's getting right into it. Taylor actually works at a ninja gym here locally, so he gets plenty of practice on rig. No surprise that he's making this look pretty easy here. And it looks like we got Nestor and Matt getting ready here. We'll see who decides to go first. As Taylor's already up that cargo net. So Taylor's moving out really quickly here. Pretty fast pace. Taylor's an amazing athlete. We'll see if he can stay with this pace he's got right now. And Matt's going to be the second one, and Nestor's right behind him here on the rig. Nestor's already got a little bit of a side-to-side swing, but it looks like he's going to save it. Matt's looking pretty smooth. Nestor's back on track here. Nice job for Matt kicking that bell. We got Nestor here. Nestor is swinging a little bit side to side. Let's see if he can get his body under control here. If you're swinging sideways, kicking that bell can be tricky at the end. Uh-oh, here we go. He's hanging on. He's going sideways. It's okay if he bumps into those things. He just can't use them to his advantage. Oh, he got it. Great job hanging on. So it was an awesome job to hang on there, but we're 3 minutes into a 30-minute workout. So we'll see if that extra effort he had to put there hanging onto that ring is going to come back to get him at the end of this workout and tire him out. Taylor and Matt made pretty quick work of the rig. They looked nice and comfortable. Taylor's out to a pretty good lead here. We got Matt Drotar in second place, getting on the bike right now to start his mile bike. Nestor's coming down the cargo net right now. Looks like he's kind of tucking his elbow in there to save his grip a little bit. And Lyle is off on his first big rig attempt. Lyle also does a good bit of rig work here, so I expect him to complete at least his first rig here. He should make this look pretty easy. He's onto that second horizontal bar. He looks nice and controlled here. He's taking his time, hitting every ring on the way down. And a nice kick at the end there. Nice job, Lyle. So all 4 of our guys have completed their first rig attempt. And they are all now on the bike. Expect to see Taylor get off here pretty soon. We'll see if Taylor can keep up his quick pace. We'll get a time on him once he hops off that bike. Lyle still had that cargo net. Sorry, I said he moved onto the bike, but I misspoke. He still had to hit that cargo net, which he made no problem. And Taylor is off in under 5 minutes. About 4:45 for Taylor's first round, and he wasted no time getting right back to his burpees. So this is a blazing fast pace here from Taylor Overmiller. At this rate, if he keeps this up, he would get at least 6 full rounds, which would be the highest score out of anybody here in the semifinals. Taylor's jumping up with both feet on those burpees. There's a lot of different ways to do those burpees, and the way he's doing them is one of the fastest, but it's also one of the most taxing. So again, we'll have to see in a long workout, another 30-minute workout, we'll see if that comes back to get him. We'll see if he starts using a step-up technique at any point or if he continues to just jump. Still looks like he's going to go unbroken here on the hang cleans and hit all 10. And he does. Quick shot of the guys here on the bike as Taylor's already off onto his second rig attempt. He took maybe 5 seconds of rest, a couple deep breaths, and he went right after it. Very, very, very proficient here on the rig work. Nice job, Taylor, for that second rig. He does have to be careful of his feet. We had an athlete in our very first semifinal heat, Rich Leeper, who's also very good at the rig, who actually swiped his foot just barely on the mat as he went through. And the rule is that you are not allowed to touch the mat at any time. You can bump into some of the things on the side as long as you don't use them to your advantage, but you are not allowed to touch the mat on the bottom at any point. So Taylor is a taller athlete, so he does need to keep an eye out for where his feet are as he approaches that final descent into the bell. Got Nestor here starting his second round on his burpees. Matt Drotar in the back there in the gray shirt is also on his burpees. These guys are pretty much neck and neck here starting round 2 as Taylor's actually finishing round 2 on the bike. Lyle is there with Taylor. Lyle is finishing his round 1 on the Echo bike right now. Notice the difference in the burpee technique here with Nestor versus what Taylor was doing. So you'll see Nestor stepping back and stepping up. It saves a little energy. It is a little bit slower, but in a 30-minute workout, it might pay off near the end. Got Matt Drotar here with his hang cleans. I think Matt went 5 and 5 in the first round. Let's see if he breaks these up again. Yes, it looks like he's going to break them up again. I think that's a smart move for Matt. I broke up my hang cleans as well into 2 sets. The hang cleans are also very taxing on the grip. And going into a rig and a cargo net that also use a lot of grip, I think it's a good strategy to break those up. So I like what Matt's doing here with the 5 and 5. We'll see if Nestor takes one out of Matt's playbook and also does 5 and 5. These are beautiful looking hang cleans from Nestor. I think Nestor did maybe 6 reps there, so he's breaking it up into 2 sets as well, just a slightly different approach than Matt took. But giving your grip a little bit of a break in between, I think, is a good move. We see Lyle here on round 2, starting his burpees. Looks like our camera shot's getting ready to watch Matt Drotar's second big rig attempt here. Catch a few more burpees here from Lyle.
How'd that finger do?
All right.
See how Lyle's stepping back there, 1 foot, then the second foot, and then he's also stepping back up. All right, let's take a look at Matt Drotar's rig attempt here. Skips that second ring, hits rings 3, 4, 5, ring 6. Nice job, Matt, and he's on to the vertical or the horizontal bar.
Okay. So it's still.
Yeah.
He looks really smooth, very in control here. Great body control. All right, starting that descent now. He lost some of his momentum here. Let's see if he can get it back. Yep, no problem getting it back. Nice kick. All right, and I think I'm going to hand things over to Chris here, and he's going to finish out workout 2.
All right, guys. Up in the air, we have Nestor completing his second attempt on this rig. The first one, he got it. The first one was a little bit more precarious. He's checking his hands to see if grip-wise everything is okay. Ahead of him in the order of things by about 3.5, 4 minutes, Taylor with a commanding lead. And then behind both of them, Matt Drotar and Lyle Stevens. Lyle about to attempt his second rig. So correction, actually, Matt has a slight lead on Nestor. So Matt is on the bike. He's already completed his cargo net. So the order of things right now, commanding lead for Taylor Overmiller, who is about to start his next rig. Look at that. Just gracefully skipping rings on his way up, using those ninja skills that he's got so well developed. So Taylor, our men's #1 going into today, maintaining a commanding lead. We'll take a look at scores and see what he's got to do as he easily completes that. So Taylor, I was just talking to Dave here off camera, Taylor's maintained 5 minutes per lap. Assuming he can get, well, he's going to be a little bit off, so in order to keep his pace, he'd have to do a 2-minute 1-mile bike. So while that's unlikely, he's going to lose about 1.5 minutes of his lap speed, so he's going to be in the 5-round range. And looking at men's scores, they're all in the 4th round except for Casey McAllister, who was 5 rounds and change. 5 rounds and completed the rig after that. So 6 times he completed the rig. Taylor, and Lyle is off. He's going for a jog in some 90-degree heat. Tough to watch. That's always one of the gambles that's really difficult to watch, is when the athlete wants to go for the rig. They take their time, they get ready, and then after taking their time and getting all the way through, missing it, having to run a half mile is pretty demoralizing. On the bike, Taylor, Nestor, Matt. The difference between them, Matt was on before Nestor. They are a round behind Taylor and also about to complete their 1 mile. Taylor, maintaining a really tall posture on his bike compared to the other two, has lost a little bit of steam, but he's almost a full round ahead. we have 16 minutes left. So correction on my last time estimate. If Taylor can maintain this pace, he's going to be right on track for our men's top scorer, Casey McAllister, with 5 rounds and 21 reps, meaning Casey completed a full 5 rounds, 10 burpees over bar, 10 hang cleans, and then the final rig as time expired. And Matt will be the first off the bike, slightly ahead of Nestor. We'll see him start to work on that barbell. Nestor is also done. So, not much more than about a 10-second gap between himself and Matt. He's pacing himself. You know that he'll be well-paced this entire workout. And while I know he's not in the shape he wants to be, I've had several athletes tell me, man, if that's out of shape, I want to be out of shape. So, exciting to see this. As we watch, Nestor has begun his burpees over bar, and Matt Drotar is completing his burpees over bar, so about a 7-rep difference between the two of them. And Matt has completed his 10th. He's going to take some time to get a drink before starting his. Next repetition. Hey, Jake, up at the CrossFit Games. Okay, so what are we looking at right here? We have Taylor a full round ahead of the other men. Behind him, Nestor and Matt. Matt has a slight lead on Nestor right now. Also qualified in a higher spot. Matt qualified in 3rd, tied for 3-way tie for 3rd. Nestor qualified in 6th, meaning he was the next after them, because 3, 4, and 5 were all 1-3 seed. Outside the building, we have Lyle, our talkative, lovable Lyle, running his half-mile penalty after just barely missing on the rig. And we're going to follow Matt as he gets up here on his 3rd rig, followed shortly by Taylor, who will be completing his 4th rig. Oof, Nestor is cycling that barbell quickly. His experience with the barbell really showed there. Wow. So the entire gap between himself and Matt is now gone. And all 3 men, first come, first serve. All 3 men.
Okay.
I don't have tape. So some of them taping up, chalking up. We've got the chicken wing technique coming out here. Look at that. If you can't see on camera, he is looping his elbows. That means he does not trust his hands. That is a painful technique. Look at that. Okay. So, experience shows here. Chicken wing technique is difficult, painful, very safe. Taylor knows what he's doing. He's using that technique for a reason, for his first few reps before switching over. Matt on his way up, a lap behind him. Taylor is going to chicken wing on the way down too. Oof, that's gotta hurt. Oh man. Look at that though. No doubt there. His elbows are gonna hurt a little bit. But he left no doubt. And Matt here working his way through. He can just kick it. And he does get the kick. Very good. We've got 12 minutes left here. Nestor sitting, taping, waiting to make his next attempt. And back in the building, now in a black shirt, is Lyle. Lyle and Matt both ascending the rig as we're about to watch Nestor make his attempt on the rig. So men's 1, 3, and 6 all perfect on the rig so far today. The difference, Taylor's a full lap ahead. The pacing has been exceptionally fast. Given his cadence on the bike is somewhere in the low 50s, it's the other elements, especially the rig, that have really separated him. As Nestor gets the rig, missed the kick, and so he decided not to mess with the swing anymore. Goes to the last ring and gets the tap. So the time gap between himself and Matt, about 30 seconds. We'll see how long until he gets on. Yeah. Is he okay? So we're taking a look at Nestor's hands here. He did take a little bit of extra time before getting on the rig, retaped them, and just off camera speaking with Gary, who is here, to keep a close eye as he might be battling some hand issues here. That's Gary on camera right there. Okay, so we've got Matt on the bike. Nestor soon to join him. The gap between the two of them, about 1:15. A full lap and change ahead of them, Taylor, and then a lap behind them, Lyle. Now, while Lyle may be ahead behind these, he's requesting a trash can. We might be looking at some vomit here. Hopefully not on our live feed. Okay, Lyle's, he's not in a good place right now. So, all four men working on the bike. Nestor and Matt, slightly different distances, completing the same lap. Taylor completing a lap ahead of them. Lyle a lap behind them. Lyle's the one who needs to make some waves here late in the competition. Looking at the previous scores, he needs at least 4 rounds completed to make enough difference to past athletes. Realistically, 4 rounds and the rig plus a cargo net climb will start putting him in the territory where he can start to knock off some people and actually make up ground. Otherwise, short of that, it is going to be difficult for him to edge out some of these athletes. All these guys are working really hard, and it's 86 degrees outside, so they're right by that door. The heat is blowing in, and while we do have fans, it's hot. You can see a lot of sweat. And off with more than a full round lead is now Taylor, who's jogging. Look at that pacing. He's making his mark here. Can't wait to see him face off against our other men, including Casey, and Josh, and Dave in the championship. He'll be joined very likely by Matt Drotar in the championship, Nestor in the championship, and then to be seen if Jake, Rich, Lyle, Sergio, how will the points shake out? Really all comes down to this last workout. The way scoring works in the semifinals, there's a total of 1,500 points per workout, 2 workouts. Every spot is 125 points less. So first place, 1,500. Second place, 1,375. So as we work our way down, every single person you pass is a big difference. The athletes carried these scores over from the Open, so they have up to 4,000 points that could be earned qualifying in the Open, up to 3,000 points that could be earned in the semifinals. Only the top third of athletes, at this point, just 8 men, are going to advance to the championship. As we see Taylor making very quick work of his hang cleans. Look at that. Behind him, Nestor getting ready to start his burpees over bar, and Matt Drotar has a very slight lead on Nestor, who's started his burpees over bar. Experience with this movement is a CrossFit type movement that would go to Nestor's advantage, but Matt has led this entire time. The only difference could be if we see one of them fall, that will increase the divide between the two. And Taylor is up again. Chicken wing technique again. Making his mark on his 5th rig. Not gonna chicken wing on the parallel bars. You can see the amount of reflection off him, just pure sweat. And while hydration is important, we're looking at sweat as a grip factor here. If that sweat starts to go down onto his hands, that's why he's using this chicken grip here, chicken wing grip. That sweat gets on his hands as he easily completes that. If that sweat gets on his hands can open up and he can slip off and be looking at a half-mile penalty. Okay, we've got Matt Drotar cycling his barbell. Gets all 10 reps quickly. Let's watch Nestor work his way through. You're going to see him walk by Nestor, who's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nestor just closed the lead to nothing, just like that. So these two are just neck and neck. They're both going to take some time getting ready to launch. Nestor just gave Matt a tap and said, "Let's go, good job." Good sportsmanship there. Just to the left of the feed, you can see Lyle, who is about 2.5 rounds behind Taylor, 1.5 rounds behind Matt and Nestor. Getting ready to do his burpees over, and Nestor is up. Here we go. So, Nestor's got a slight lead on Matt. Matt's about to launch. The biggest divide, if they can stay neck and neck, is just simply completion. Missing this means a half-mile penalty. It means a 4-minute gap, and it means nice as Nestor gets his rig. It would mean the end of this neck-to-neck competition. In the corner, we've got Lyle, who definitely gave it his all, is doubled over a trash can. It looks like breakfast and lunch might be coming up. Matt getting through this rig. Got it. So, while Matt did lose a little bit of time to Nestor, Matt lost a little bit of time to Nestor. Nestor's about a cargo net ahead. We'll see how their cadences match up on the bike. They've got about 3 minutes of work. It's going to come down to reps. If they can get through that mile in 3 minutes, reps on the bar is going to be the difference between those two. Lyle's getting ready to make his next attempt at the rig. He has been perfect so far, just a little bit slower. Taylor is going to easily get off of this, and as long as he keeps his pace, all he needs is a cargo net climb to beat Casey McAllister's score after, of course, completing the rig. Casey McAllister, if you remember last weekend, completed the rig as time expired. Taylor would have to complete the mile, all 20 of his reps, 10 burpee over bar, 10 hang clean, the rig, and a cargo net in order to pass his score. And given his pacing, I'm assuming he watched the last feed, and even though we haven't released scores, he seems to have his own pacing strategy, so maybe he did his homework. You got it, Kelly. I'm going to yell at him right now and mute the mic. All right, Kelly, mission accomplished. That seemed to speed him up a little bit. While I was muted, Lyle did fail the rig. He's got 2 minutes and 18 seconds to complete that 2 penalty laps. I'm not sure it's worth it to him. And Taylor has 2 minutes and 7 seconds, so he's got a very good shot of getting that last cargo net climb. His pacing has been excellent. Good job, Kelly. That seemed to light a fire. Nestor is moving with purpose now, and it looks like Matt is losing a little bit of speed. Judging their cadence, I'd put Nestor somewhere at a 65 RPM, low 60s for Matt. Don't count Matt out, though. He's got a really good engine. He's just still learning all these movements, being proficient with them. Minute 30. Minute 30 left until we're going to see Okay, here we go. Final 60 seconds. Will Taylor take the top time on this workout? We know that workout number 1 is going to be Casey's, followed by Dave for the second highest score. Nestor is the one out of these 4 athletes who won workout number 1. And Nestor did just pull ahead of Matt Drotar, getting back on that barbell. That's right, Kelly. Whatever you did lit a fire under this guy, and he is going now. He is giving it his everything, and he is putting distance between himself and Matt after trailing. He's taking a commanding rep lead, but Matt is going to jump off, and he's immediately started. He's got 20 seconds. Okay, so update here. Taylor is sitting and waiting. He's going to make his last rep attempt as the clock expires. He's chalking his arms, so he's getting ready to chicken wing. And he's up. Okay. He's chalking his arms. He's got the clock. Let's see if he gets this. This would give him a tie with Casey's score, which is the number 1 score for semifinal workout 2, the agility workout. Working his way through. Man, the amount of chalk he put on his arm is gone. Just washed away by sweat. Look at that. Just slow, technical. He knows exactly what he's doing. Awesome work. Look at that. Oh, a little showmanship. All right. So a little bit of showmanship before he tapped that bell. A smile from him. And we will get final scores to tabulate. Up next, we're going to see Women's Masters. Laura Goodwin, Hiromi Fosi duke it out before heading to the championship. Stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Hey guys, on camera here we have Hiromi Fosi.
Not going, not doing it. 5 minutes go up.
She's goofing off on camera and saying goodbye. Hiromi's going to launch here, but it appears that her other competitor, Laura Goodwin, has withdrawn. And so Hiromi has elected to do the final part off camera. So, here's what you need to know before we wrap up this broadcast. We've released women's numbers 1 through 4. Celeste Bottomley, Jessica Kidd, Roxanne Lear, and Andy Rose. Men's numbers 1 through 8 is still being tabulated. Will be released later tonight. The championship workouts are going to be released on Monday, the 8th. In the Masters category, moving on, Ted Downey, number 1. Jeff Gilbert, number 2. Chad DeFalco, number 3. And in the Women's Masters category, Hiromi Fosi, Ali Van Dudecom, and Genevieve Aragon are all going to advance to the championship. So, stay tuned here, guys. We will update you on our social media feeds and the athletes via email about the final placement of everybody going to the CerusBrix Championships. A moment now to thank our sponsors: Stapp Interstate Toyota, Gatorade, Rockstar, Muscle Milk, Lifetime Windows and Siding, Bluebird Botanicals, the presenting sponsor, and Naked Wines. We'll be back August 27th to show you these guys on Championship Day. Until then, that's all I've got for you. My name's Chris, and it's been exciting sitting down here watching these athletes compete. Thanks for hanging out with me. We will see you guys at the championship.